Nurse practitioner, doctor of nurse practitioner.
Good evening. Thank you all for coming to the 2025 Town Meeting First Session, also known as Deliberative Session. I'm Chad Stearns, your town moderator, and we'll be going over the meeting information shortly, but if you would, please stand with me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. So, just going as usual, I'd like to start off with everything, where we're at, what we're doing. Exits. We have an exit out there behind Chief Miller, and we also have one out here, of course, where you came in, which is also the nearest route to the bathrooms. You go out the door and you take a right. Introductions. We have elected and appointed officials. Linda McNeil, the Select Board Chair. Roger Emerson, the Select Board Vice Chair. Carrie Harrington, Select Board Member. Angela Brusso in the back, the Town Clerk. And Tony Alacqua, the Planning Board Chair. For department heads and employees, we have Troy Brown, the Town Manager. Lori Bolosevich, Finance Manager. Paul Smith, Chief of Police. James Gardner, Deputy Police Chief. Chad Miller, Fire Chief. Lucas Harvey, Captain of the Fire Department. Eric Oliver, Director of Public Works. Ralph Lucas, Operations Foreman for Public Works. Megan Carr, Library Director. Riley Clark, Opera House and Parks and Recreation Director. Lori Hogan, Littleton Water and Light CEO. Consultants and others, we have Joseph Driscoll, Town Council from the Mitchell Municipal Group, and Christopher Fournier from HEB Engineers. A lot of people make this meeting happen, and elections happen in general, so I'd just like to say a thank you to those that helped with the room setup, the clerks, supervisors of the checklist, the ballot clerks, all the town staff, school staff for helping set this up, and all the volunteers helping with check-in and counting and such. Thank you for your service. Again, my name's Chad Stearns. I'm your town moderator. It's a long night. If I make a mistake, just help me do it right. So thank you. Again, tonight is the first session of the 2025 town meeting. The second session, the official ballot voting, is Tuesday, March 11th from 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. at the Highway Garage. Tonight's session is the legislative session. You, the registered voters, are the legislative body. We're here with a specific purpose to discuss the posted warrant. This is not open meeting to, for the public to discuss anything on mine. Just we're on a warrant article that we discuss items that are on that warrant article. State law requires we only conduct business of the warrant. I will read each warrant article. Someone will present from the town. Or from the petitioned article, and then we'll have it open for general discussion. You, the voters, may exercise your right if you choose to question, deliberate, or amend the warrant articles. Once discussion is done, we vote to move the article to the official ballot for voting day. When all articles are voted on, it concludes our meeting, excuse me. Amendments must be submitted to the town clerk and I in writing that we can read. Please do so ahead of time if possible. Voters should have checked in and received your voting cards. If you have not checked in, please go over by the door and you can get your items to be able to participate. By checking in, it authorizes you to speak and vote. Only Littleton registered voters are permitted to speak tonight unless permission of the legislative body is given to other individuals. If you're not a registered voter, you're permitted to listen and observe, but do not vote unless the town body allows the non-registered voters to speak. Typically, this happens with town employees that live out of the area, out of town, excuse me, town council, sometimes social service articles. Anyone not registered, is there anyone that hasn't contacted me that's not registered that would like to speak or have the option to speak tonight? All right, ma'am?
Yes, I'm Evelyn Hagan, Community Health Services.
Evelyn Hagan. and ACHS. Okay, is there anybody else that is not a registered voter? Sandy, I got you, yep. All right. So for a list of non-resident list of non-residents that would like to speak tonight, I have the following. Troy Brown, Town Manager. Lori Bolosevich, Finance Director. Chad Miller, Fire Chief. Lucas Harvey, Captain of the Fire Department. James Gardner, Deputy Police Chief. Eric Oliver, Public Works Director. Ralph Lucas, Highway Operations Foreman. Megan Carr, Library Director. Lori Hogan, Littleton Water and Light CEO. Joseph Driscoll, Town Legal Counsel. Christopher Fournier, HEB Engineers. Sandy Brackett from the North Country Boys and Girls Club. Lauren Anderson from North Country Home Health and Hospice Agency, as well as Nicole Gross from North Country Home Health and Hospice Agency. Mary Pat Simmons, Pathways Pregnancy, and Dawn Briggs from Pathway Pregnancy, and Evelyn Hagan from Ammonoosuc Community Health Services. Is there anybody else, before I ask for a motion, that would like to be put on a list to possibly speak? Seeing none, is there anybody that would like to make a motion to allow those non-residents that were just listed to speak? I have a motion from Debbie Warner. Is there a second? I have a second in the back. Ma'am, your
Elaine
name?
French.
What was that?
Elaine French.
Elaine French. All right, is there any discussion on that list or that motion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please hold up your pink, peach-colored yes card. All right, thank you for that. And all opposed? The motion carries. Those individuals listed will have permission to speak. All right, I have mine here. For the body, we have the one right in the center of everybody. I'll have a queue, one person speaks at a time, everybody else line up and back. When speaking, please state your full name and your town of residence. If there's a vote to end discussion, anyone in the queue will be permitted to speak. Everyone gets other people and everyone's time. No personal attacks. Let others speak. If no one else is in line, you may speak again. Remember, we're here to discuss the posted warrant, nothing else. If someone breaks the rules, they will be ruled out of order. Do it again, they'll be warned continuously out of order or overly disruptive despite warnings to stop. At last resort may be asked to leave the meeting, but I don't think that'll happen. We try to do this in one session. Strongly recommend that we finish tonight. Our backup date is tomorrow at 6 p.m. if we need to continue. Restricting reconsideration is something that is often done during the meeting. It can be after a vote is taken. It can be done after 5 votes is taken. What that does is it doesn't allow the article to be reconsidered later in the meeting. Historical housekeeping. Sometimes in the past, we've had a time limit to end discussion, say at 10 or 11 o'clock, whatever the governing body chooses to do. In the past, we have considered nonprofit articles out of order. This year, it's Articles 26 through 38 that have been petitioned. Or we've had people, the body in the past has voted to place remaining articles on the warrant as presented. The meeting can exclude any from the motion to be gone over separately if they would like. We have no actual housekeeping from the town this year. So with that, we will open discussion on the warrant, unless there's any motions from the body that would like to do something different. Seeing none, Article 1, election of officers. To choose necessary officers, including a selectman for 3 years, one selectman for another selectman for 3 years, one selectman for 1 year, a town clerk for 3 years, one library trustee for 3 years, one library trustee for 3 years, one library trustee for 3 years. I don't know why that just doesn't have 3, but Parks and Rec Commissioner for 3 years, trustees of the trust funds for 3 years, and town treasurer for 3 years. All right, there's no discussion on this, as this is just completely separate. So we will go on to Article 2. Now, Articles 2 through 5 are all amendments to the zoning ordinance. These cannot be amended at deliberative session. However, we do have Tony Ilacqua, Chairman of the Planning Board, here if anybody has questions, and he has offered to be able to assist in answering those questions. So, Article 2, zoning amendment number 1. Are you in favor of the adoption of amendment number 1 as proposed by the Littleton Planning Board for the Littleton zoning ordinance as follows? Amend the definition of building zoning permit in Article 2 to require such permits for demolition of structures in addition to the construction, enlargement, or movement of structures. Recommended by the Planning Board 701. Are there any questions on that article? All right. Oh, it appears we have someone coming to speak.
Courtney Bowler. Tony, what is the purpose of the zoning amendment? Can you put it in layman's terms, please?
Yep, thank you for the question. So every year at this time, over the year, the planning and zoning committees review our current statutes, look for clarifications, and try to clean some things up. So the next couple articles are those items to clean up some of the wording. For example, this one here, the current ordinance says movement of a structure and has historically been interpreted to include moving a structure off the property. The proposed wording clarifies that a permit is required to remove a structure. By doing so, assessment records will be accurate. Nobody wants to pay taxes for something that that's no longer on their property. So that's the rationale behind this.
Deborah Warner, Littleton. How much does it cost for a permit to demolish?
That's listed in the permit fees, and I believe that's set by the selectmen. I do not believe there is a charge. That's a selectman thing. I don't deal with the fees. So any fees can be found on the website. Thank you.
Just a point of clarification, you have to request from the land use and planning office for those fee schedules. It is not available online, just to clarify.
There you go. Thank you.
All right, are there any other questions on Article 2? All those in favor of placing it on the warrant? We have yeses? All right, it's placed on the warrant. Not a problem. I know. All right, Article 3, zoning amendment 2. Are you in favor of the adoption of amendment number 2 as proposed by the Littleton Planning Board for the Littleton zoning ordinance as follows? Add amusement services, which is already defined in the zoning ordinance, to the list of permitted uses in all commercial zones. Recommended by the Planning Board 8-0 to 0. Are there any questions? All right. Do you want to just do a
Yeah, that's why I'm staying here, not a word. So I should point out that we meet on the first and third Tuesday of the month. Everyone's welcome to attend. The rationale behind this one here, the zoning ordinance defines of amusement services as establishments engaged in providing amusements or entertainment for a fee or admission charge, including such activities as dance halls, studios, theaters, bowling alleys, billiard halls, video arcades, and similar type uses. Littleton has a rich history of providing these services, yet it was discovered to not be listed as a permitted use in the town in the table of uses. Approval will ensure these customary uses to be explained to other areas or not expanded to other areas in the commercial zone. So again, just clarification.
Are there any other questions on the article? All right. Seeing none, I won't make you guys put this on. Oh, well, if you want to. All those who want to put it on the warrant, please signify by saying yes. All right. Thank you. Article 4. Are you in favor of the adoption of amendment number 3 as proposed by the Littleton Planning Board for the Littleton zoning ordinance as follows? Remove the last sentence of the first paragraph of Article 6, Section 6.01, fence regulations, which currently states it requires that all outdoor swimming pools must be surrounded by a security fence because fences around pools are regulated by the 2021 International Building Codes, and therefore this language is unnecessary. Recommended by the Planning Board 8-0. And Tony, you're up.
All right, so the rationale behind this, hold on, I've got my glasses over there, sorry. Where security fences around a pool is regulated by the International Building Code, it is not necessary for the Littleton zoning officer to enforce it. A side note for everyone that is concerned about unattended children, pets falling into the unsecured pool, none of the properties around Partridge Lake have a security fence to prevent an unattended child pet from walking into the water. Property owners need to be aware of making sure people/pets are safe on their property. I'm not sure why they chose Partridge Lake, but that's what they did.
All right, we have a question?
Yes. You mentioned that the 2021 International Building Codes was in effect, and so it's mandatory for everything that people build here? Is that what you were saying? That they have to follow those?
Well, I don't have the direct reference for International Business Code here, the building code. So that would be up to the zoning officer?
But I guess my question is that referenced in any of in anything for the town that says that is applicable within the town? It's a building code, but it's an international building code. If it's not anything that everyone knows about, how do people who are putting in pools or whatever know that it is applicable? And if it's not applicable, they need to know, I mean, do we really want people not putting in swimming pools? I mean, not putting in fences around swimming pools. We've got everything I hear in this town is we have to look out for the children. Well, there's an attractive nuisance for children and everybody else that can easily cause death of children and lawsuits between everybody. And I'm just wondering why the town would go to the effort to change something that we already have in there to make it so that we can take that risk.
So I'll make one quick stab at it, and Ms. Miller might want to chime in. Right now, we're just trying to clean up the language to make it clear. Right now, our zoning officers have the ability to enforce it.
It says all outdoor swimming pools must be surrounded by a security fence. It's in the regulation.
Yeah.
Then why aren't you able to enforce it? Why isn't anyone able to enforce it?
So we will require fences around pools. It's required by RSA 155, which defines the state building code. As listed here, the International Building Code from 2021, when you sign your building and zoning permit, you're attesting that you're following all state and state laws. State law references the building code. So this language could potentially and does occasionally contradict what's in the building code. So in order for there to be one standard for everybody to follow, the best option is to reference the building code.
Okay, so I would prefer, just personally, that at least references the RSA that says that this is mandatory in this state. Because right now, it just says an international building code. That doesn't tell people that they have to do it.
Sure. So like I said, it can conflict with what we already have on the books.
I just want to make sure that it's clear and concise, and if if this building code changes, which building codes do periodically, it did in 2021, that we know that if we really want fences, that we're going to have to do something to add fences. Whether the state does or not, I guess, is up to the state. But does a town want to make sure that every swimming pool has a security fence so that little munchkins won't run into it and kill themselves? I've got no kids, but so it's not I'm not going to have that problem. But there's lots of kids running around this town. And I always hear about, well, we need to do it for the kids. Well, there's something that we're actually putting children at risk.
Yeah, in my opinion, changing this language doesn't make the town less safe.
Well, is
It's
there any
just
place that says that they have to have a fence around the swimming pool?
Yeah, I mean, we can drill down through the International Building Code.
But what if that code changes?
So There's some areas where it may need to change. For example, above-ground pools, are they best served by a fence or removal of
I guess what I'm saying is if they change that code, I mean, we're not in charge of that code. There's some international organization that publishes that code. If they decide to take fences out, what are we gonna do?
I believe our ordinance, the zoning ordinance, and I'd have to double check to be 100% certain, specifies in-ground pools. So our ordinance wouldn't apply to an above-ground pool, or for example, an above-ground pool surrounded by a deck attached to a house. So having looked at this, we felt like the IBC provides the best, most constant, and up-to-date definitions about what requires a fence for a pool. And that's just my opinion, and I think that's why the planning board went with it, so.
Like I said, I got no kids.
Yeah, like I said, I feel like this doesn't make the town any less safe. It just eliminates an opportunity where we have conflicting language.
Steve, hi. Tony, you're somewhere, you were talking about Partridge Lake, and I got confused on that. Did you say we gotta build a fence around Partridge Lake?
In our notes, during our discussion, at one of the meetings that we had reviewing this, someone mentioned, for an example, we don't require a fence around Partridge Lake to protect the pets and animals and little ones.
Right, but,
I think the idea there was common sense.
right, well, that's why, because it's kind of a in-ground pool built by nature.
Good luck ensuring that.
Are there any other questions regarding Article 4? Hearing none, all those in favor of putting it on the warrant, please signify by your yes card. Thank you for that. All right. Article 5.
Mr. Moderator, could I make a
Can
motion
you
to...
state your name, please?
Carrie Gendro, thank you. Article 28 through 38, to move to vote on those now.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion.
We have a motion to vote on Articles 28 through 35 out of order?
Yes.
Okay. 20,
The petition warrant
wait.
articles,
uh,
28 through 38, yes.
it actually it is,
26?
and I apologize if I had misstated that earlier.
Okay.
The petition, just for your clarification, 26 all the way to 38. So are those the articles that you're looking to consider out of order?
Yes.
All right, we have a motion to consider Articles 26 through 38 out of order. Is there a second? Second. We have a second by Courtney Bowler. All right, any discussion on this? You can sit down if you'd like.
Mr. Moderator, I'd like to just finish off the last of the zoning amendments before we move on to this second motion.
All right. Ms. Gendro, do you mind suspending your motion for one article? Or would you like to keep it as is? I don't know if, did you hear?
That'd be great. Thank you.
So we can suspend it for this one article, and then we'll vote on that afterwards, okay?
Thank you.
Right. All right, so Article 5, zoning amendment number 4. Amendment number 4 to change the zoning classification of a portion of map 96, lot 11, a 2.96 acre parcel owned by BBJ Properties, Inc., located at 431 to 433 Cottage Street, so that the entire parcel is zoned commercial 1, recommended by the planning board 8-0 to 0. And Tony?
Do we have a map someplace for this parcel? No? I'll do my best to try to explain the map, and someone help me if I miss it. You all know where the old Lotta Rock building is? You know where the fire was? Right? So on a portion of that lot, next to, what's the road right there? Morrison Hill Drive, there's a little itty bitty spot that's not commercial. It's on the hill. A lot of times when we look at our maps, we'll see irregularities sometimes. What we're trying to do is clean this up to make it one commercial lot. It's not that big of a spot. I wish we had a map. It's really, say that again? Yeah. So we're just trying to clean it up a little bit. It's not even the size of those rows of chairs.
So my question is, you want to change it to clean things up, does the owner of that property concur to make it all the same zoning?
They're probably the ones that brought it to our attention.
Okay, I just
Yeah.
want to make sure
Yeah.
that they were,
Yeah, it just makes sense. This happens, a lot of times you get a triangle here, a triangle there, or you'll have your land surveyed, and before you know it, you have more 5 acres for taxes, less 5 acres for taxes. We're just trying to clean this up. Makes it easier for everyone. That's the rationale. Thank you, Carrie.
Any other questions on that article? All those in favor of putting it on the ballot, please say aye. All right, we have aye. We now have a motion. Article 26, petition, Grafton County Senior Citizens Council. Shall the voters raise and appropriate $35,750 to Grafton County Senior Citizens Council, Inc. through the Littleton Area Senior Center and the Service Link Resource Center for services for Littleton residents. From July 1st, 2023 to June 30th, 2024, the Littleton Area Senior Center provided services for 991 Littleton residents, and Service Link provided services for 159 residents. These
I would hope and wish that the non-governmental organizations that want money would go to their users and their donors, and even go to the public to obtain the funds that they need, rather than taking our tax dollars, which raises the tax rate, which not everyone in town will be able to afford as it inches up, particularly with the potential for the upcoming issues we're going to have with the economy. I mean, it's too late to do for now, but I'd like people to think about it. There's no reason why any of these can't get their donations this way. I mean, through other people, through getting people to donate to them instead of providing tax dollars. These aren't government functions.
John Piet from Littleton, also on the Budget Committee, so one of the 6s up there, I believe, is mine. There's a few tenants that, one of them being, is small government, because the government, or especially town government, doesn't need to keep growing, so do the most amount of value for the least amount of government that we can have, and 2, the value that it brings to the taxpayers. And the other part of that is, so, and this applies to not just this article, but all of these petitioned articles. Most of them they're definitely not government functions, but if we don't support these organizations, then the money that will be spent from the government to pick up the lax of those social services would most likely greatly exceed the $35,000 and be closer to the $600,000 number that we'd have to pick up if these things folded. So just wanted to explain why, at least my recommendations on there to answer your concerns, because I share many of her same concerns. So thank you.
Any other questions or comments? All those in favor of putting it on the warrant as presented, please hold your yes card. All right, thank you. The yeses have it. All right. Board of Selectmen 2-1 to 0, recommended by the Budget Committee 6-1 to 0. Are there any questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor of putting the article on as presented, please hold up your yes card. Thank you for that. The yeses have it. Article 28, petition Chamber of Commerce Downtown Beautification. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $19,411, same as the last 2 years, to support downtown beautification efforts, a partnership between the town of Littleton and the Littleton Area Chamber of Commerce, including downtown Main Street flowers, holiday decorations, and flags. Excess costs covered by businesses and individual donations by petition. Estimated tax impact is 2.2 cents per thousand. Recommended by the Board of Selectmen 3-0 to 0. Recommended by the Budget Committee 5-2 to 0. Any questions or comments? All those in favor of putting it on as presented, please hold up your yes card. By petition. Estimated tax impact of 1.4 cents per thousand. Recommended by the Board of Selectmen 3-0 to 0. Recommended by the Budget Committee 6-0 to 0. Any questions or comments? All those in favor of putting it on as presented, please hold up your yes card. Thank you. Article 30, petition North Country Home Health and Hospice to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $21,500 for the purpose of supporting hospice, home health, and palliative and long-term care services provided by North Country Home Health and Hospice by petition. Estimated tax impact of 2.5 cents per thousand, recommended by the Board of Selectmen 3-0 to 0, recommended by the Budget Committee 6-0 to 0. Are there any questions or comments?
Hello, my name is Lauren Anderson. I work for North Country Healthcare, and I'm here representing North Country Home Health and Hospice Agency this evening. There were some numbers that I just wanted to share with the voters of Littleton, as well as our gratitude for continuing to support our services, despite the challenges of rising costs and reduced reimbursement from insurance companies. We want to make sure that town residents know that we remain steadfast in our commitment to ensuring no one in need goes without care and that we meet them wherever they might call home. In 2024, we made 53,162 visits across our 2 counties. Across our service area, we experienced an 11% increase in the number of patients we served and a 14% rise in total visits, reflecting the growing reliance on our care. In 2024, we made 6,914 visits for our home health, hospice, and long-term care services in Littleton, New Hampshire. Thank you so much, and if you have any questions about our services, I'm happy to answer.
Any questions or comments? All those in favor of putting the article on as presented, please hold up your yes cards. Thank you for that. Article 31, petition Boys and Girls Club to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $11,000 to support the Boys and Girls Club of the North Country in order to provide a healthy, safe, and productive after-school and vacation camp environment for children from Littleton and the local community. The club provides busing from the Littleton school to the club for the after-school program, which costs $18,000 a year by petition. Estimated tax impact is 1.3 cents per thousand, recommended by the Board of Selectmen 3-0 to 0, recommended by the Budget Committee 6-0 to 0. Are there any questions or comments? All right, all those in favor of putting it on the article as presented, please hold up your yes cards. Thank you for that. Article 32, petition Pathways Pregnancy Care Center to see if the town will vote by petition to assist Pathways Pregnancy Care Center in the amount of $3,200 to help in maintaining and increasing its material assistance and education programs in 2025. Through material assistance, clients receive diapers, wipes, clothing, and other family essentials when needed. Through the education program, over 200 different courses in English or Spanish are available, ranging in topic from pregnancy, prenatal development, birth, parenting, life skills, healthy relationships, healing from abuse, and much more. Courses are available at the center, and most can be sent via text or email to clients for them to complete at home. Most of Pathways courses are through Bright Course. An annual subscription is about $1,500. All Pathways services are free of charge and strictly confidential to anyone who needs assistance by petition. Estimated tax impact is 0.4 cents per thousand, recommended by the Board of Selectmen 2-1 to 0, recommended by the Budget Committee 5-1 to 0. Are there any questions or comments?
Good evening. I'm Dawn Briggs, live in North Woodstock. I'm the Executive Director of the Pathways Pregnancy Center in Littleton. We are requesting from the town the $3,200 for material assistance and education programs for a Bright Course for 2025. At Pathways, we offer pregnancy tests, ultrasounds, and education about prenatal, development, birth, parenting, life skills, all at no cost. We offer support and compassionate care and provide affirmation, options, information, and education for women and men who are facing unexpected pregnancies. In 2024, we had 77 clients who had 279 visits to our facility. We gave out and provided at no cost 10 ultrasounds, pregnancy tests, 1,360 items from our boutique, 536 boxes of diapers and wipes, 300 containers of baby formula, 41 toiletries, 61 books, 4 gift cards, and maternity clothes. We are a wonderful resource to the town of Littleton. Our funding comes from donors. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Good evening. I'm Mary Pat Simmons. I am the board chair for Pathways Pregnancy Care Center in Littleton. And I just wanted to add that we don't just help women and men and their children at the time of a crisis. We continue to offer care and guidance for them and to try to help them with life skills and healthy relationships throughout their life. So it's not a once and done kind of a visit. We have clients that have been coming to the center for years. So thank you very much.
Hello, Jesse Smith, long time, first time. Separation of church and state. Thank you.
Frank Grandma, Littleton native. Separation of church and state, you just got it on the previous one. The other one, the Boys and Girls Club, they receive donations from churches. So we supported these guys, and it's good, nothing wrong with that. Maybe these kids aren't, we don't know the financial situation of Article 31 of any of these people. But pretty good chance, I'm guessing, and I don't know. But you know, the Pathways Pregnancy Center, I think they perform a good service. It's a small amount of money. $11,000, the Boys and Girls Club, what do we got here, $3,200. I think we ought to stay with this. Yes, it is a church organization. I don't believe it's a church organization. I think I misspoke. I'd like to back up. They're in the same building as a church. I don't know if they have any affiliation other than that. Thank you very much.
So my question is, if he was the only one in the line when I said to go ahead. But okay, fine, keep going.
Good evening. My name's Steve Kelly, Littleton resident. I'm also on the Budget Committee. Probably take an opportunity. This country obviously has been somewhat struggling with the church and state issue for many years, and there's finally some clarity that seems to be coming to that, both out of Washington and out of Concord, New Hampshire. The Founding Fathers were all religious people, and they had a strong commitment, obviously, for any of those that participate in the Pledge of Allegiance tonight, one nation under God. That's who we are. So this organization, regardless of who supports them or what their structure is serving a definite need of the people in Littleton, New Hampshire, and the North Country in general. And I would think that it's a step too far, if you would, to try to paint this as a church state issue, because that's really not who we are as a people. If you look at the rest of the country, if you look at Medicare, Medicaid, you know, there are all kinds of religious hospitals and retirement homes, whatever, who receive government funding on a regular basis. You have kids who go to, you know, on public colleges and universities that receive Pell Grants. I thought I was speaking to the
That's for me to
article
decide,
content.
not you.
Okay, so anyway, you know, obviously there's somewhat of a lack of historical knowledge and understanding, but if you look at the role that religious institutions play in supporting our social structure in the entire country, I don't think that you're going to convince the town of Monroe to stop paying tuition for their kids to go to St. J. Academy, because St. J. Academy has an original religious foundation. So that isn't really the point here. The point is we need to help people, and this is a very, very moderate ask that gives a lot of good and benefit to young families that help them to meet the challenges of parenthood. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dave.
Peter Haynes of Littleton. I would just like to echo Mr. Smith's sentiments about the separation of church and state being paramount to an issue like this. As the ladies from Pathways indicated, they do have multiple donors that help them supplement the income that they need to provide the services and assistance that they provide. And I don't think it's appropriate at all for the taxpayers to supplement any of those funds. It is an organization with religious affiliations, and that on its own, in my opinion, negates the need for the taxpayers to use tax dollars to supplement the income that they need. If they have donors, then those donors can provide the funds that they are looking for. Thanks. One more thing, Mr. Stearns, I haven't done this before. Is this an appropriate time to make a motion as it pertains to this article?
You can make a motion for an amendment at any point while we're talking about the article.
I would like to make a motion to adjust this amount from $3,200 to $0.
Okay. We have a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and the second. And your name, please?
Julie Butner.
Julie Butner. Okay. All right, and now we will have discussion related to the motion for the amendment.
Lilo Reinstein, Littleton. I guess I feel, since we can't just wipe it out totally, that $1 is adequate. And it's not just the separation of church and state, but the question is, are the people who are obtaining the services here faced with religious beliefs that aren't theirs? In other words, does the training talk about certain organizations' religious beliefs? So if these people want to take training, they have to do that. If they get counseling, are they told all about whatever the religious belief is for this organization? If tax dollars are supporting this organization, it has to be, even if it has a support of religious organizations, it cannot be essentially making people face and be convinced of somebody else's religion. People should not have to, when they come for assistance, they should not face having to someone tell them that they believe the wrong thing and this is what they should believe.
I believe that was a question of the organization. Is there anyone from the organization that would like to respond to that question?
That's inadequate. We don't push anything, or there's no religious space on that aspect of thing. Anybody can come in, it doesn't matter, race, creed, anybody. We don't ask any of that, and none of that is pushed on that.
May I
So
ask
it's
for
an-
clarification? I didn't say you don't accept everybody. We don't. My point is that are people faced with a religious slant of everything?
No.
Okay, that was the question. I never said anything about
Okay, no,
who accepts.
they do not. So you can come in, you don't have to do anything special. You can come in and say, John, I need some help with some things, and I'll say, absolutely, come on in. What do you need? And I help you with whatever you need.
Do you discuss abortion as an option?
We do review everything. We do review everything, but we do life affirming.
So you don't discuss abortion?
We discuss all life affirming.
Could you speak into the microphone? Sorry.
We speak of all life affirming, everything.
What does that mean? He asked a question, you're not answering the question. I'm sorry. Sorry, go ahead. I'm sorry.
We review all life affirming.
No.
That's not an answer.
Well, that's the answer that she's given.
John Piat, Littleton. I'm sure you remember me from 20 minutes ago. So on this one, it's $3,200 for giving people that need it food, diapers, and some support. Now, I don't care how slanted it is. Personally, I don't care how slanted it is. That is a good value for our taxpayers and our citizens. So I would implore everyone to not only to vote down the dropping it to $1, And let's put it in front of all the voters, and if they want to vote, there's a lot of publicity about this last year, so they're going to know what they're voting on this time. Let them vote whether or not they want to give the 3,200. Thank you.
Thank you.
It was announced. Mary Lavelle, Littleton, New Hampshire. We're talking, like he just said, $3,200. We just voted to approve $19,000, $12,000 for other groups that help. This is a nonprofit organization that helps those, mostly, I'm sure, in financial need. You have families that, mothers, fathers, with their children that need help. This is also a petition that has been on the Littleton Warrant articles for I'm not sure how many years, but quite a few years. And until last year, was always voted in favor of by the voters of Littleton. So personally, we should let the $3,200 go to the voters. There was so much confusion on this last year. And let the voters of this town decide if they want to help those that are less financially able and those that need help with their families and their children. Like we say, we're talking diapers and wipes, parenting skills, also healthy relationships. There's so much good that comes out of this program. Thank you.
Fern Masters, Littleton. I don't know if everyone here has been made aware of the fact that the previous director of this organization was caught up in the middle of a white supremacist issue earlier on in the year last year. And when the organization was pressed for details about that, they either refused to comment or deflected the questions. And then the director just kind of disappeared and no one wanted to talk about it. In a time when we're talking about morality and righteousness, to say that every creed is welcome when the past director was directly involved in unkind speak makes me question how they talk when they're not speaking to the public. On top of that, everyone online every day has something to say on one of the Facebook forums about how much our property taxes are going to be going up. I know we just voted for the Boys and Girls Club for $19,000, but all of those point so and so on the thousand adds up, and it's your bottom dollar. We also have Family Resource Center here in town, which is grant funded, unaffiliated religiously, and offers the same exact services without having to jump through hoops by taking courses.
Hi, I'm Jamie Rose Kelly, Littleton resident. I just want to speak on behalf of how this organization is collaborative with other businesses and agencies in town. I was embedded into Littleton Regional Hospital and often evaluated new moms in the OB, and they didn't have any other resources. Family Resource Center also is strapped and has limited staffing and resources. And so this is just another alternative. So though they have similar services, none of it is mandatory. It's all voluntary, so they don't make people enroll in 200 different courses. But it also allows those of us who are evaluating people in need to be able to give them resources and provide for them practically in a way in which we can take care of our neighbors. And so for me, you know, it's not about religion or non-religion. For me, it's about what do we stand for as a town? Are we going to take care of our members or are we not?
Lilo, there's some other people that would like to speak.
I thought I was
Oh.
waiting before them, that's why I. You actually were before me. I just don't want to walk back.
My apologies.
Lilo Reinstein, Littleton. I guess, first of all, I think some people in this room don't understand what it's like to walk into a room and be faced with somebody else's religious beliefs. Even, you talk about, well, you discuss life affirming. You're not willing to say the word not abortion. That bothers me, that you're not at least willing to stand up for what you are telling people. It also, you talk about healthy relationships, parenting. Are these all talking about, someone's beliefs or God does this and this? I have a concern when things are controlled by religious organizations. I personally have faced walking into rooms with people who have significantly religious beliefs and try to convince me that I'm wrong. And that's offensive, because my beliefs are just as legitimate as everybody else's. And our founding fathers weren't all highly religious Christians.
Do your name real quick.
Yes, Mary Pat Simmons, Bethlehem Pathways Board Chair. In regards to the issue of our previous executive director, I can say that the board, it took a process of time to investigate, to seek legal counsel, and it took us about a month to get all that together. We worked thoroughly through it all. We did supply a response to the Caledonian Record and to William Tucker, but those were never printed on either of their sites. So just to address that. And to let you know that we accept the person that presents themselves to us. We don't scrutinize how they worship, where they worship. We think about caring for them. And we do an intake for statistical purposes. I only have what's from July with me at this moment. But I will assure you that the heart of this organization is care for another person or persons. So thank you very much.
John Goodrich, Littleton. I'm on the budget committee too, and I'm one of the votes on that committee in favor of the this expenditure. I'd like to point out that we authorized just recently here $35,000 for the senior citizens Tri-County. We did another $12,000. North Country Home Health and Hospice, we did another $21,000. Boys and Girls Club, $11,000. And apparently all those people have needs. And we've had arguments in this town in recent years of how kind are we. I think this particular Pathways thing engenders a lot of passion because everyone has their own religious beliefs. And we're going to have the range from agnostic to, ultra religious as well. But really, if you look at the job that they're doing, they're aiding people who are in desperate need and really need help. And if we want to be thought of as somewhat kind in Littleton, but still frugal, we need to be frugal, I think this is a very small amount of money to alleviate the suffering and pain of some people who need the help. So I would urge people to think of it in those terms, and I don't see the difference between helping seniors, helping others, and helping people who are needing guidance and help with pregnancy care. So that's it. I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Good evening, Julie Butner of Littleton. To me, the question here is, we're talking about healthcare, and everyone's talking about how much money is going to other organizations, how much is being spent. I'm not concerned about how much is being spent, I'm asking where it is going. And we have heard it is going to prenatal development and life skills and classes. It's not going to healthcare because it's eliminating a huge aspect of it. The decision of what a person does is with them, their partner, and their doctor. And in half the country right now, people cannot make that decision independently. New Hampshire is a place where people can make that independent decision. They should be aided by medical professionals and a supportive team. And a team like this does not allow for the full spectrum of options, so it's not healthcare, so we shouldn't be spending state money on it.
I'm going to try to be very quick here. So to clean things up, we have a motion on the floor right now to drop this to $1, and
To
then...
zero, I believe. Zero.
Oh, I thought it was, okay, so to 0. And the people that are worried about, well, there's these 0.4 cents are going to add up. Yes, that's true. If you have $1 million home in Littleton, it's going to raise your taxes $4. And then for all of the other things about the church and state separation thing, I don't care I think we should give the people the options. So I think we should set this back to 30, leave it, vote down, moving it to 0. So we give the people of choice and let them decide, the voters of Littleton, to decide if they want to keep it at $3,200 or not give anything. And if they're giving $3,000 or $5,000 worth of goods back to the citizens of Littleton, then it's a win, period. So can I move this to a vote, move to end discussion and move this to vote?
I think we're pretty much there. I don't see anybody else in line unless Mr. Kelly has been. All right. So it looks like discussion has ended. All right, so we have a motion on the floor to change the dollar amount of Article 32, Petition Pathways Pregnancy Care Center. I won't read the whole thing. We're just looking to change the dollar amount from $3,200 to 0. For all those in favor of amending the article to change the dollar amount to 0, please hold up your yes cards. All right. And all those opposed, please hold up your no cards. All right, the motion has failed. Are there any other proposed amendments or discussion regarding or relating to this article?
Rudy Jelsey, Littleton, New Hampshire. This is just a question, to the budget committee. All these people that they vote 5-1-0, do they talk with the population? Do anybody talk with you guys about? They accept, I mean, who the hell are they? Who the hell are they?
You're wondering who the budget committee is?
Yeah, who the hell are they? That they voted for me? I voted for myself. 5 yes, 1 no, 0. Who are they? They don't knock on my door and say, Rudy, what do you think about this? Which, regardless anything, is a good article, because I'm always giving, to poor people. But that they put over here, 210 by the Selectmen Board, 510 from the budget committee. Who the hell are these people? Tell me. Explain to me.
They're elected and appointed officials, sir.
All right. Thank you.
Listed on the website.
Doesn't matter. Do they talk to me? Yes, they do. Yeah, they do it. They don't have to talk to you, but they gotta talk to me.
Courtney Bowler. Just reiterating that what Pathways offers is not healthcare. Just a yes or no question for the executive director. Is Bright Course a catalog based off of faith-based courses? No. That's incorrect. Anywho, this is not healthcare, and they would do much better off if they received private donations from those who strongly believe in their mission.
All right, do we have any other discussion on this article? All right, all those in favor of putting it on the warrant as presented, please hold up your yes cards. All right, thank you. All right, the yeses have it. All right. Article 33, petition Amanuense Community Health Services to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $15,000 for Amanuense Community Health Services, Inc., ACHS, is a nonprofit community health center that provides comprehensive primary preventative health care to all, regardless of their financial situation. This will enable ACHS to continue to provide top-notch affordable health care to 1,733 current Littleton patients. ACHS provides health care services to 8,268 patients within 26 towns in the northern Grafton and southern Coos counties, and has sites in Littleton, Franconia, Whitefield, Warren, and Woodsville by petition. Estimated tax impact of 1.7 cents per thousand, recommended by the Board of Selectmen 3-0, recommended by the Budget Committee 6-0. Are there any questions or comments?
Hi, my name is Evelyn Hagan. I live in Bethlehem. I'm the president of the Board of Directors of Amanuense Community Health Services. I'm also a patient, and I was an employee. I was a nurse practitioner for 16 years until I retired in 2017. So yeah, Amanuense is a nonprofit. I've been able to see the quality of the services that they provide. As a patient, I've been able to provide those services with wonderful support, and I've been able to oversee governance of a very well-run organization. We do provide we do provide a sliding fee scale for patients who are unable to afford insurance, so that our care is accessible to anyone who presents. I'm happy to answer any questions. I hope you'll support. We're very grateful for the support you've given us in the past.
You can go up, Debbie, if you've got a question.
I'm Dr. Debbie Warner from Littleton. I'm aware that Amanuense is a federally qualified rural health center. And could you say a little bit more about what that means for our community?
So federally qualified health centers are located across the country, and they are the safety net for healthcare for everyone. So we receive some federal funds. We actually apply for a lot of grants in order to keep our doors open so that we can provide care to all. Does that answer your question, Deb? Yeah, I mean, it's the People's Health Center, as our CEO would say, and when people need help, we're there to provide it.
Any other questions or comments? All those in favor of putting the article on as presented, please hold up your card, your yes card. Thank you for that. Article 34, petition Second Chance Animal Rescue, Inc., to see if the town of Littleton will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $5,000 for the Second Chance Animal Rescue. Second Chance Animal Rescue is a nonprofit that provides care and shelter for abused and abandoned cats and kittens. Second Chance Animal Rescue also sponsors monthly low-cost spay-neuter clinics for both dogs and cats by petition. Estimated tax impact is 0.6 cents per thousand, recommended by the Board of Selectmen 3-0, recommended by the Budget Committee 6-0. Any comments or questions? Although,
And Julian, Littleton. I'd like to amend this article to $3,500 to keep our taxes down. And maybe people could pay a little bit more to get their cats and dogs neutered.
okay, we have a motion to amend the dollar amount of this article to $3,500. Is there a second? All right, we have a second, and your name then?
Karen Lavelle, Littleton.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Is there discussion on this article?
So as John Piet Littleton, as the Budget Committee hears these presentations about what's going on, they tell us what is, what their needs are, and they come with the amount. I don't feel like it's fair for this body to change that amount at this time. The reason I supported it from that meeting was that if we don't take control of our animal population and help keep that under control, then I'm going to guess in, let's say, 10 years, we're going to be saying, oh, we need to create a position for an animal control officer, and it's going to cost us way more than what this $5,000 a year, excuse me, this $5,000 a year is costing us. So there it is.
All right, is there any other discussion on the motion for the amendment?
Steve Kelly, as much as I appreciate Ann's plea, if you would, for keeping our taxes down, and I certainly support that as an overall sentiment, for any of you who have been pet owners and realize how much money it actually costs today to spay and neuter and maintain health care on a pet, you know, $3,500 won't get you very far, $5,000 won't get you very far. So I think if the town of Littleton is going to make a bona fide effort to support overall animal care, I think the 5,000 figure should stick.
All right, do we have,
I just have a question.
oh, could I have you, thank you.
Is the board or the committee?
Your name. What's your name?
I stated my name, Ray Bowler. Is the board or whoever's in charge of the rescue, are they in favor of making this change? I don't know where the woman was seated.
I don't think anyone's here.
Oh, well, who was the woman? Who was the woman that just stood up to make the change? So is the board, if there's a board of directors or a committee, have they discussed the change, and are they in favor of it?
I have no idea.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other discussion for the motion of the amendment? She, Mrs. Fillion said that she had no idea how the board felt on that. All right, are there no other discussion? Once, twice? All right, we are voting on the amendment to change the dollar amount of Article 34, Second Chance Animal Rescue, from $5,000 to $3,500. All those in favor of amending the dollar amount to $3,500, please hold up your yes cards. All right. And all those opposed, please hold up your no cards. All right, the amendment fails. Is there any other discussion related to this article? All those in favor of putting the article on as presented, please hold up your cards. Thank you for that. Article 35, petition White Mountain Mental Health and Northern Human Services to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $9,696 for White Mountain Mental Health Recognizing that undertreated mental illness results in a loss of productivity at work, disruption to families and children, risk to the community, and loss of life through suicide. Treatment works, but only if it is available and affordable. By petition. Estimated tax impact is 1.1 cent per thousand. Recommended by the Board of Selectmen 3-0 to 0. Recommended by the Budget Committee 7-0 to 0. Are there any discussion?
Good evening, Jamie Rose Kelly. I'm the Director of Acute Services with Northern Human Services, so I manage the Mobile Crisis and Emergency Services team throughout the entire Region 1, which includes Grafton County and Littleton. We provide 24/7 care, emergency services with clinicians as well as peer support teams throughout the region. And we do telehealth evaluations into the ERs. And we also provide walk-in services, emergency services follow-up appointments for those who have been seen in the hospital as part of a safety plan. And that is also the mode in which we also get people service connected so they can get therapy and med supports and case management as needed so we can meet the needs. And so typically we would have specific numbers related to financials, but we changed an EMR, so we're a little lower on that. But we have 244 Littleton residents who are clients of White Mountain Mental Health. 68 of those residents have received emergency services. The funds that we're requesting go towards those users that we have, as was mentioned earlier in regards to these social services. The users that we have often cannot pay. They are often underinsured or uninsured. And also, the reimbursement rates with Medicare and Medicaid are pretty low, and so it doesn't even come close to covering our costs. Most of the time, we write off our emergency services. We also provide sliding fee, so these funds would go to offset all of the funds that we write off to support the residents of Littleton. And we also brought along somebody who has benefited from those services to give him an opportunity to speak.
Harry Smith, Littleton resident. I was recently faced with a...
Sorry, let me stop this for a second. I apologize, there's a vehicle blocking the school bus outside. So, not on the warrant, but we're looking for a black Chevy 5290017.
What kind of Chevy?
All I got is a grill. Not sure.
I got a better one. Comes back to a Seton Carter, I'm sure.
There's Seton Carter here, right here? All right, sorry.
I certainly can't follow that. But I am a Littleton resident, and I recently was faced with a crisis that I reached out to White Mountain Mental Health, and they were there for me. If I did not have their support and continue to have their support, I would not be here speaking with you today. These people went out of their way to recognize my crisis. They continue to follow up on my crisis, and they continue to give me the counseling and the therapy that I need in order to keep my day safe and my life intact. I absolutely encourage you all to support this. Thank you very much.
Regina Bowler, resident of Littleton. I want to comment and then make the question of $9,696 seems to be an incredibly small amount of money for the massive amount of services that are provided and not reimbursable. And with cuts in how healthcare insurance is and even our government structure for reimbursement for healthcare services and shortage of beds when there is a crisis is overbearing. So my question is, would White Mountain Mental Health in the future consider asking for more? And would our community recognize that as an essential need affecting all aspects of services we deliver, from police to fire to our homeless issue to concern about what is our downtown like. So I'm definitely in support of this, and I look forward to seeing if we can be of more support financially in the future. Thank you.
Okay. Any other discussion for the article? All those in favor of putting it on the warrant as presented, please hold up your yes cards. Thank you. Article 36, petition, CASA court-appointed special advocates. To see if the town of Littleton, New Hampshire will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $2,000 for the recruitment and retention of a CASA volunteer advocates. CASA of New Hampshire is a nonprofit that provides a voice for abused and neglected children and youth by empowering a statewide network of trained volunteers to advocate on their behalf so they can thrive in a safe, permanent home by petition. Estimated tax impact of 0.2 cents per thousand, recommended by the Board of Selectmen 3-0-0, recommended by the Budget Committee 7-0-0. We have someone here to speak.
Elaine French. I live in Littleton, and I am a CASA. CASA stands for Court Appointed Special Advocate for Children. We represent the best interests of a child when it's involved in a DCYF situation. The parents each have a lawyer, and the children have a CASA. Okay. I've been doing this work since 2017, and the 3 cases that I've had have happily ended positively. We now have 5 CASAs living in Littleton. We served 24 children last year, and right now we have 16 active cases. And we have appreciated the $2,000 that we've been getting since last year, because somebody suggested that the town raise more money. If there is not, there are 600, as I said, some odd CASAs in New Hampshire. If a CASA is not available, then the state of New Hampshire has to hire a guardian ad litem. I don't know the current figures, but when I took the course and the training in 2017, I asked, well, what does it cost for guardian ad litems? And at that point, they told me that in 2016, the state of New Hampshire had paid $3 million for guardian ad litems. And for the first time, I have the average cost of what a CASA does in a year is $2,500. And there's 600 of us. Okay. And most of our cases go for 2 years. And so we would appreciate your continued help. Thank you very much.
Any other discussion?
Elaine, I need a question for Elaine. Do you get paid?
I forgot to say that. No, I'm a volunteer.
Julie Butner of Littleton. As someone who works closely with CASAs and guardian ad litems, just to lay out some of the differences, the CASAs meet with the families every month. They often have significant travel, possibly to southern parts of the state, sometimes for children who are in residential placement. They spend hours on phone calls, talking to the family and to the children. They write reports and they come to court, usually every quarter, with all that information. For the guardian ad litems who are paid, believe in like the $70, $80 per hour reimbursement rate, they visit the children once a quarter. The CASAs provide a tremendous service, and it's certainly worth the value.
Any other discussion? All those in favor of putting it on the warrant as presented? Thank you for that. Article 37, petition Littleton Off-Road Riders Snowmobile Club. To see if the town of Littleton will vote for the Littleton Off-Road Riders Snowmobile Club, Inc. to lease town property, map 84, lot number 7, on Riverside Drive for $100 per year for 5 years, and $100 plus cost of living adjustment for subsequent years for the purpose of club functions and operations and maintenance by petition. Estimated tax impact is none. Recommended by the Board of Selectmen 2-1-0. Is there any discussion on this?
Mr. Moderator, I'd like to amend that article to read as follows. To see if the town of Littleton will vote for the Littleton Off-Road Riders Snowmobile Club, Inc. to lease town property map 84, lot 7 on Riverside Drive for $100 per year for 5 years and under any terms and conditions of a lease negotiated by the Board of Selectmen, including but not limited to any renewals for the purpose of the club functions and operations and maintenance.
Okay, and is there a second to that motion? I have a second by Lilo. Linda, can I have that motion, please? I'll have to read that for. All right, and all right, we are now up to discussion for the amendment. Is there anyone that would like to speak to the proposed amendment to the warrant article?
Okay, so this petition came in, was not part of the process. I do understand, I'm sure the club will talk about it, that there was some communication with the select board earlier in the year. I raised concerns about this petition. I think the town should definitely work with the Snowmobile Club. I'm aware of this property and would like to think that an agreement could be reached between the select board and the club, and that we could establish a home for the club on this property, but there needs to be some established guidelines as to what those terms and conditions would be. I read this petition, if it's approved as written, that they would be leasing the entire property. This property be restricted for no other public use. I know that there's been discussion and long-term planning for our riverfront project, that this could be an ideal location for some overflow parking and some other public facilities that could support our downtown area. So I do think that this can work together, but I believe that the board needs to work together, coming up with a final plan so that both the club and the town can continue to redevelop that property responsibly. And I know it's been brought up by our zoning department that there is some concerns that this property is zoned as residential. So this proposed use, we would have to work with our land use department, our zoning board of adjustment. There probably would be some process involved, and the outcome of that would only be determined through that process that the zoning board of adjustment would conduct hearings and make a final decision. So, but that's the reason we're looking to amend this petition.
Lilo Reinstein, Littleton. First of all, can someone tell me where that lot is? I thought it was the one with that had the old stuff for the state DOT. It's at the corner of South Street and Riverside. And that's zoned residential. There's been no residential there. It was the DOT facility. Okay. I guess what I want to say is I think that the amendment is good because it gives the if the town wants to do something after this initial period. I do think that, I mean, I've only lived here 7 years, and for 7 years I've seen just a big blot in that corner of the two roads coming together. There's nothing there. I mean, there's buildings falling apart or structures falling apart, and a culvert that got blown out. And I think that these are people of Littleton who want to do their thing, and I guess they have a place, a trailer or something that they feel they can use and so on. So I think, again, I like the amendment. I think that's better than just saying, subsequent years, because we may have another purpose after the 5-year period. And it does say, to lease it. It doesn't say, we can certainly put some. If it's a lease, there are normal kinds of controls and constraints of what they can and can't do. I'm still shocked that that's residential land. Nobody lives there.
All right.
Yes, it's my turn.
Clarification. We tried to do this last year, and we suggested that we get a lawyer and draw up a contract with the town with all the things. We talked about sharing because we're a seasonal club with that seasonal activities in the wintertime, and we were working a deal to share the parking in the summertime for those overflow things with the town, the bikers, the whatever, to share the thing when we're not using it. The reason that I wrote that with no ending date, because we're looking to build a clubhouse, a facility that we can maintain our equipment and work on it, a storage facility, and we're looking for a long term to build something that it can be used by other groups in the town. But if we go and we build a clubhouse, we put up some kind of a structure that we can put our equipment in to thaw it out and to do work on it and do a 3-year thing, and we just barely, it's gonna take us 3 years to get the grants, raise the money, to build something substantial, and we get it built, and then we gotta figure out how to get a thing to take down the buildings that we just built. So we were looking for the opportunity for longevity. Now, I know that that puts it in our control, but in the way the winters are going and the way life is, who's to know that the club would only last another 7, 10 years? And then when the club's done, somebody else could move in. But we're looking to put in a substantial investment into this piece of property that is as much in kind for use as a state shed, with a lot less activity, a seasonal deal, and we're bringing in money and helping to, promote the town and the economy. In my article, if you read it, we've put in over $350,000 in the last 10 years into the local economy through the bridge material, the parts, the oil, the service, and we're a volunteer club. We're not in here with any of those line items from these other people. We're not asking for any money. We're looking for a place to be able to put our equipment and be able to work on it, and a hub. And I'm sorry, I can't agree with only a 3-year thing, because like I just said, it's going to take us 3 years to build something. And then we got a couple of buildings that we got to take down, and where are we going to put them? We don't want to just go down there and put up tents and trailers and things like that and be a bunch of gypsies anymore. So I'd like to have it go to the town for a vote as it is. And we definitely want to work with the town, because that's what we're about. So I hope you'll do it. Thank you.
Steve Kelly. So a question for Steve. So what language would you find to be acceptable? I can understand the town wanting to have something a little bit more involved than just a plain lease. I can see where they would like to have some language in there that allows them to address those various issues. But I certainly understand your point that you don't want to build it and not have a home in 3 years. So is there some language that you would feel acceptable that you could work with that would be productive?
We tried to do similar when we were close to an agreement. It was recommended that we get a lawyer to draw up a lease agreement on a 3-year deal, and then renewable on 5. Okay? Well, after we spent the money and we did all the things, they came back with a proposal to us that we could have it in September, this last September. We had to demolish the building. We had to clean the site. We had to take out the drain thing that the state put in there that they could clean their culverts out and put it into this filtration thing in the middle of it. Cut all the brush, clean up the site, but we had to be out in June. That was what they came back with last, okay? So it's all about the longevity. I mean, we could go 3 years, but again, if we work to build some buildings and in 3 years they tell us, no, sorry, we want to do something else with it. Where are we going to take what we put all the time and money and effort into trying to build something nice to help the town and get the eviction notice? So I really don't want to bend on it, and I don't know the answer that you asked, Steve. You know, what kind of a term could you put on it that gives us any kind of protection?
Sorry, Steve Kelly again. So based on those comments, Steve, I guess I would question whether your proposal gives you enough protection. I mean, if we were doing this a real business type deal, I think you'd be looking for a 5 and a 5 and a 5.
Well, that's why I just did the perpetual, or after, wherever that word I came up with, for subsequent years with no ending. Yeah. And the ending is the longevity of the club. Yeah. We're not going anywhere. We got a lot invested in 100 and something miles of trails and 180 landowners, 140 that signed. There's 180 parcels of land that we've gone over. We've been incorporated since '85, and the club was active before that, but that was the point where the liabilities and whatever back to the directors and the officers, so we became incorporated. So it's over 40 years that we've been here. We're not planning on going anywhere tomorrow, you know, and it's snowing. We got to go out and go grooming.
Thank God.
Thank you.
Mary Menzies, Littleton resident. I'm sorry, I didn't catch the 3 years in the town's proposed amendment. Is that correct? I didn't catch that. I just heard some wording about putting in some protections. Mr. Height is obviously concerned about the 5 years versus the 3 years that he thinks you're proposing, but I don't think you are. Can our moderator clarify that from the written record?
For clarification,
Yes.
hearing Mr. Height speak as well as the select board, I believe there were prior discussions when a 3-year term was mentioned. This article as presented is 5 years with additional years after that. I believe Mr. Height's overall concern is regarding the shortness of that the amendment makes to the lease.
Would you read that?
Yes, are we ready for, all right, I will, the amendment is, the article as amended, as proposed, with the proposed amendment, to see if the town of Littleton will vote for the Littleton Off-Road Riders Snowmobile Club, Inc. to lease town property, map 84, lot 7 on Riverside Drive for $100 per year for 5 years, and under any terms and conditions of a lease negotiated by the Board of Selectmen, including but not limited to any renewals, for the purpose of club functions and operations and maintenance. So that is the article with the proposed amendment. Is there any other discussion?
Did you know about where are you now? Oh, there you are, I'm sorry. Debbie Warner, Littleton. Did you know the wording of this amendment before you came tonight? I would really like to see something happen with this. This is a very important part of the life in our community. And it's a great deal as well. $100 is very nice. And if you're going to build on it, to expect you to tear it down in 5 years is a pretty tough end of business. I'd like to see something that respects that. And I don't know if the board could come up with a slight change in that would make this amenable to the needs of the club. I think that it would be in the best interests of our town if we could do something like that.
So it's kind of an unfortunate situation, because usually when you see a long-term lease agreement come forward to the voters to approve, the agreement in concept or it's finalized in writing subject to voter approval. Something like this, when you have a club that's coming forward and wanting to make an investment in the property, they need to be guaranteed that that investment, they can get their return on investment, right? So what I'm hearing this evening is that at a very minimum, if anyone's going to be pouring concrete and building a structure, making that kind of investment, I would like to think that the club's going to want something at a minimum 25 years. And, you know, and there would be some discussion with the select board, who are the overseers of town property, about where this building's going, what the size of the building's going to be, who's going to maintain the lot, who's going to plow it, who's going to do this, who's going to do this. There's so many questions that, that I can think of here that need to be addressed between the club and the select board. And I think that can be worked out. What I'm hearing is that you want that worked out, and you want a commitment from the voters here to trust the selectmen, to put together a lease that addresses all the concerns, but also addresses the club's concerns about longevity. And I would like to think that at a minimum, 25 years is usually the norm. And just one comment, I was not here when discussions occurred, but I think everyone in this room needs to understand, and you've seen it before with your solar leases, the select board can't enter into lease agreements for any longer than 12 months. So if that discussion got twisted or whatever, the only reason they couldn't commit for longer than 12 months was the fact that they don't have the authority to do that. They cannot encumber town property for longer than 12 months. That's the voters of this town.
And that's why we're here, because it needs to be voted on by the townspeople, because now we changed the voting thing, so now we gotta go and get because it's residential, we gotta go get permission to build our buildings, because there used to be water there, there used to be sewer there, and there used to be electric. We've got to hitch up all the services. We've got to refine, we know where the end of the water line is. We got an idea, but we've got to have the camera deal come in the sewer to try and hitch it up, because we've got to have some facility stuff there just to re-hitch it back up. The 25 years would be cool. Baker River down in Club down in Dorchester, which is right next to Rumney, but anyway, they have a 15-year lease agreement. 25 would be great because it would save all the back and forth, but we got so much of an investment and so many hoops to jump through to get there, and we spent $1,000 on the lawyer to try and get everybody happy before on the 3-year thing, and then they came back with the 1-year deal, and you're seeing on that you can't do more than a year. So that makes me question how you can offer a 5-year deal if you can't make a deal for more than the 1 year. And if we put it to the vote of the people, all that stuff and the red tape and the hoops get superseded because the town willed it to happen. And then we can come back and try to talk to you about how and who we got to go see to make all the paperwork work in effect. So I don't see, with what you just said about the 12 months, I don't see how you cannot hear as an amendment off of the 5-year. So I would like to see you just let it go to the people, and if you'd pull back your amendment, we'll find out what the people think about what we've been doing.
Okay, the select board is only allowed to do 12 months.
Yeah.
By vote of the community, of the Littleton taxpayers, the Littleton voters, we can do 5 years because we have that authorization. And the idea behind the amendment is to get that 5 years set in and then sit down, get the lease negotiated, and get the additional years added on to that. So that we can have you in Littleton and in that spot for more than just 5 years.
Right, but I just don't, 5 years isn't enough for the investment to what's going to happen. 5 years isn't enough. I would just like it to go to the town. I'm done. Thank you.
All right, clarification. What do you need clarification on?
Clarification. the way that you've written your amendment, does it allow the board to make further commitments beyond those 5 years? Will it meet his need? Then it could go on for 25 if you negotiate a good 25-year deal.
But that's the thing. It's renewable at 5 years, but that's not to say that they're going to grant.
Do you have to wait till 5 years is up before you do this negotiation? You've got 5 years to do the negotiation.
No.
Maybe before you pour the concrete.
Ray Bowler. So I see two options here. The first option is the town can negotiate a lease or negotiate a contract with the snowmobile club however they see fit, and that's their job. The second option is you can buy the property and do whatever you want. Of course, you're going to have to get a variance because it's residential, but you can buy the property if the town sells it, and do what you want to do. I see those as only two options. But to protect the town, the select board and the town manager need to negotiate a contract with you. Have I got that clear? Thank you.
Vern Masters, Littleton. I think everyone in this room is pretty much under the agreement that we want this to happen. And the details obviously need to be figured out. And that's not something that we can solve tonight, but what we can do is amend this to include that after this initial 5-year period, lease is, the select board has the permission of the townspeople to enter into a longer-term contract. That way, we have the ability to agree to it tonight. It can happen. There's security on this end that they can continue using the property, and then details after the initial 5 years can be worked out at that 5-year mark.
All right, we're going to have town council just clarify some stuff.
There seems to be a lot of sort of different interpretations as to what the amendment does. The idea is what's in front of you now is an article with an indefinite lease term. It says $100 for 5 years and then a cost of living adjustment on anything thereafter. What the amendment does is it says, okay, $100 for 5 years and under a lease. So this lease would get negotiated now upon approval of the town. Again, your town manager is correct. Select board can only do leases up to a year. This body needs to approve anything. So that lease would come about. There'd be the negotiation. Clearly, there's a deep desire on the club's behalf to have a longer term. So this amendment includes the ability for any renewals, i.e. successive 5-year renewals or however they decide to negotiate it. So, but as constructed, the amendment, if it were to pass, would require a lease to come in place but between the town and the club for them to occupy the property with those 5 years being laid out and any other conditions that need to go into any lease to protect the town property and future use, et cetera.
So I guess point of clarification then, as it is currently written, there is no promise that the town has to continue on with the lease, is that correct?
I'd say the opposite. I think you are indefinitely leasing this property.
Okay.
There is no termination provided for in here. There's no conditions under which they occupy it.
Right.
Say there was a sublease. Again, the select board is tasked statutorily with managing your real property. So this is, in essence, giving them the authority to have a long-term lease where they can manage the property and move forward.
So if anything, this takes away the ability of the select board to make any sort of long-term plans on this property besides having it be for the snowmobile club?
Yes, because there's no sort of restriction on use or anything mentioned in this article.
Okay.
Bruce Hadlock, resident Littleton. My question is the soil. Have you ever had it tested? Because of the fact that the cost of picking up something that the state of New Hampshire had and what they did on it, whether it's illegal to be able to do that before you have it tested to make sure it's clean.
It was tested before we did the land swap.
It was tested?
Yeah, it was tested.
So what are the test results?
It's in file, Eric probably has it. I know it came back clean for us before we made the decision to do the land swap.
Okay, thank you.
Debbie, there was actually somebody in line before you. Oh, he's, sorry.
I wanted to ask you if you wanted to buy the property, if that should be included in that amendment.
I got $200 in my pocket.
I'm wondering if that could be one of the features added to the amendment, that the board could negotiate a sale in addition to your other options. Is that something the lawyer thinks is all right?
If I could. Again, I don't know if the town could take a position right now if we think there's any benefit in selling it. We just shortly, not that many years ago, we found a benefit in the town acquiring ownership of it for some planned future use. And so now we have a proposal for one use, and I know the town has kicked around some ideas of parking and some other types of uses. So that's another discussion. I think the problem here is that, is that there is no plan. We can't sit here this evening and tell you how big this building is going to be, where it's going to be, where the utilities are going. All of this needs to be worked out between the select board and the club. And someone stood up and said, we had two options. I think there's a third option here, and I'm not trying, to cause problems. Of just the third option is that this article is defeated, taken off the warrant if it's possible, and that the select board and the club works the next year in trying to come back with a new agreement that can be ratified. But I don't know if we can.
John Piet, obviously I've been up here like 3 times now. It sounds like one of the issues is the length of the lease. And point of order, can we amend the amendment to say where we want to change it to 10 years or whatever?
You have to vote on the amendment and then make the amendment.
Okay, so, which makes sense. So, do we want to change it this way? No. Do we want to change it to something else? I would propose 10 years. Then this way, they have their security. We're not making them wait another year to, get this going, and everyone's hopefully happy. So, just an idea.
Passed. When we had the meeting a year ago or so, and we brought the presentation in, there was a map with the layout of what we had thought we would like to do. I'm not, if we were to get it and we were able to put in a clubhouse and some kind of facility, once those buildings are down and the ground is clear, I'm not going to say that we might like to have it 2 feet wider or 2 feet longer, but the basic footprint for what our intention was presented, and I don't know if you haven't filed, and I don't know if I've still got one, but we did that as part of the lawyer deal and all that. There was a map of our intentions.
This is Lilo Reinstein, Littleton. I guess I get concerned when we're talking about a perpetual use with permanent buildings. Then I'm wondering what's in it for the town. Where, as it is, if we're talking about a lease at $100 a year for 5 years, I don't know that you could lease land anywhere for $100 a year. That can fit this. It looks. I don't know the exact size of this, but that this is that size. And I think if Littleton, the town of Littleton has a purpose for it, that may be in, or obviously in the future, that needs to be considered in making these leases, or lease and possible extensions, if there is a future use of it. We can't just lease something to an organization this far under market value. I mean, I don't think that's right for the rest of the taxpayers in town. There was that piece of land that we got donated to us, or the town got donated to us by some guy, which is a really weird piece. It's just, I think, around the corner from that. I don't know if you could fit anything on it, but I don't know. I'm just saying, to me, that didn't make any sense for us to accept. But I don't see us, that's not a good deal if it's going to be perpetual. And I don't know why we would do it perpetual. As it is, it's an excellent deal even for a short-term lease.
Todd Colby, Littleton, also board member for the Snowmobile Club. So I'd like that we vote on the proposed amendment so that I can make an amendment to actually be similar to two different articles that were voted on last year, in last year's warrant article, that gives that information of the subsequent years, similar to those that I looked up from last year. So could we vote for what is currently up for the amendment? If we vote that down, then we can make an amendment to add to yours. Because to address the issue of what possibly would be put on the property, we did go through multiple times with our lawyer, did create an actual lease agreement to present with actual drawings and online maps of the town GIS maps, because I did them, with the proposed layouts for electric, for what was going to be put there for storage, secured storage for that matter, so that we could store our equipment throughout the year, including on those proposed maps, it does show that it was also, we were only taking up not the whole lot. We actually have multiple space available for public use. And as Steve had mentioned, we also want to work with the town. We live here. We're involved in many other things. So having that space available for parking, other events, it's just across the bridge. I mean, for parking for in-town events too. So I'd like that we could actually vote on that down so that I can add this, which is similar to what has been done in the past. Thank you.
All right, are we ready to vote on the proposed amendment? I will read it and then we will take a vote. The article, the motion is whether or not you're in favor of to amend Article 37 as follows. To see if the town of Littleton will vote for the Littleton Off-Road Riders Snowmobile Club, Inc. to lease town property, map 84, lot 7 on Riverside Drive for $100 per year for 5 years and under any terms and conditions of a lease negotiated by the Board of Selectmen, including but not limited to any renewals, for the purpose of club functions and operations and maintenance. All those in favor of amending the article to read as that, please hold up your yes cards. All right, and all those opposed, please hold up your no cards. All right, the motion has passed. So the article has been amended. Is there any other discussion on the article?
Todd Colby again, Littleton. So I'd like to make an amendment to the amendment.
Well, you'll be making an amendment to the article.
Yes, to
A
the
second
article.
amendment.
Yeah. To the amended.
The amended article.
Correct. So, in that, could I ask you to read down that till you get to
I'm sorry?
the amended article?
Mhm.
Because I don't have that in front of me.
Sure. The now amended article reads, "To see if the town of Littleton will vote for the Littleton Off-Road Riders Snowmobile Club, Inc. to lease town property, map 84, lot 7 on Riverside Drive for $100 per year for 5 years."
Stop, please.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, this is where I'd like to add the amendment to that. So, yes, for the initial term of 5-year period, then that would go to $200 each year for the next 5-year lease term, with possible increases for subsequent 5-year lease terms with the select board's approval.
I will need that amendment in writing.
Well, it doesn't say this, but I can write that in.
So, yeah, you'll have to write that. And we'll have to.
Yeah, right. Can we mention that?
All right, so just for clarification, so, you're looking to add what section?
We had it here.
Yeah. So we're going, what do you think, Riverside Drive, $100 per year for 5 years, and then, yeah. This is where your amendment starts. All right, so I'll have to have you rescind your motion if you, all right. All right, all right, you have a,
Yeah, I'd like to rescind my motion at this point.
super, all right, and now we have, Linda, do you want me to read your, all right, Linda McNeil has made, has proposed to amend the amended article just to the following, or actually, no, I'll tell you, instead of 5 years, she's made the motion to amend it to 25 years. And that is a motion. Is there a second to that motion? All right, and your name, ma'am? Lauren Rodier. All right, there's a motion in this second. Is there discussion on this amendment to the amended article? Bruce, do you have an amendment or a discussion you'd like to have?
The people are crazy if you do that. That's nuts. Do something for 25 years.
All right. All right, is there any other discussion? All those in favor, and I'm not going to read the article again, but essentially changing the term from 5 years to 25 years of Article 37. All those in favor, please say aye. Or please, hold up your yes cards, please. All right, and all those opposed? All right, the motion fails. Is there any other discussion on the article?
Yeah.
All right. Seeing none, all those in favor of placing the article on the warrant as amended, please hold up your yes cards. All right, thank you. Article 38, petition, rescind 2019. All right, we all set? All right, Article 38, petition, rescind 2019 Article 9 dog license additional $1 fee. To see if the town will rescind warrant article number 9, 2019, that added an additional $1 to the dog licensing for a dog park that we don't have, by petition. Estimated tax impact is none. Recommended by the Board of Selectmen 2 to 1 to 0. Is there any discussion on this warrant article? All right, all those in favor of putting it on the warrant, please hold up your yes cards. Thank you. All right, that concludes our petitioned articles discussion. Oh, we have someone coming up to the speaker.
Carrie Gendro, Mr. Moderator, I'd like to make a motion to end all discussion on Articles 26 through 38.
So to clarify your vote, you're making a motion to restrict reconsideration on those
Correct.
articles?
Correct.
All right, is there a second on that? All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor, please hold up your yes cards. Thank you. Reconsideration of those articles has been restricted. Please flip back with me till we go to the front. We are now on Article 6. What was that? Who seconded that? Vern Masters. Thank you. Article 6. Public Works, borrowing for Palmer Brook Culvert grant match. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $2 million, which is the total estimated cost to complete the Palmer Brook Culvert replacement on Mans Hill Road. 75% or $1,500,000 of the costs are anticipated to be received through a Federal Emergency Management Agency FEMA Hazard Mitigation Assistance Grant administered through New Hampshire Homeland Security and Emergency Management, and to authorize the issuance of not more than $500,000 of bonds or notes in accordance with the provisions of the Municipal Finance Act, RSA 33, and to authorize the selectmen to issue, negotiate, sell, and deliver such bonds or notes, and to determine the rate of interest thereon and the maturity and other terms thereof, and to authorize the selectmen to apply for and accept and expend federal, state, or other aid, if any, which may be available for said project, with the amount of such bonds or notes to be reduced by any grant, aid, or other funding received for the project, and to comply with all laws applicable to said project, and further to authorize the selectmen to take any other action or to pass any other vote relative thereto. Estimated tax impact, none for 2025. Estimated tax impact for 2026 through 2033 is 14.4 cents per thousand. Recommended by the Board of Selectmen 3 to 0 to 0. Recommended by the Budget Committee 6 to 0 to 0. Requires a 3/5 ballot vote. And I think we have Eric from the town, as well as Chris Fournier from HEB Engineers, available to talk on this if they would like.
Hi, my name's Eric Oliver, Director of Public Works. This is to do work on the culvert on Mans Hill. During the bond hearing, I went over this project, and there were some questions that came up. I thought I answered those questions pretty well, but with this, having more people here, I asked Chris from HEB, who his company did the H&H study previously, 23, in 23, finished it in 24, so we had the information moving forward. What happened is we had to move quickly, knowing that there was grant money available, knowing that we were already in the process of working on this project. We had a limited amount of time, roughly 3 weeks, to put a package together in order to get a 75-25 grant. So with that said, I'm going to introduce Chris Fournier, and he can answer give you kind of a presentation of where we're at, where we're going, and give you any background information that you have questions on.
Yeah. Thanks, Eric. Thanks, Eric. Yeah, Chris Fournier with HEB Engineers. Try to get the clicker here. I got it. I'll get it, I think. Maybe not. All right, just a brief area map to help locate you to the Palmer Brook culvert that we're talking about on Mansell Road. Main Street is right here, Union Street here, Pleasant Street out to Mansell Road here. Palmer Brook flows down from north to south to the Ammonoosuc River, which then flows west. So this Palmer Brook crosses under Gary's Drive right now, and then crosses right under Mansell Road, and then all the way over to Bishop Street as it goes kind of under the parking lot over there. Over to the Ammonoosuc. Sorry for the loss of audio. Just to circle where it is. So previous actions, I was introduced to this project back in 2017 when there was severe flooding in July that overtopped the road and discontinued use of the road for that temporary point in time. Shortly thereafter, it was determined that FEMA funds weren't available at that time, but FEMA revised the way they scored these grant opportunities and these applications along the way. Being familiar with that, we approached the town and knowing the need for the culvert to be improved and having this opportunity now available, we matched the town and the opportunity together. And then in 2023, the town moved to proactively fund that hydraulic study to understand how much the culvert would need to be improved in order to handle the flow and allow for traffic to travel along the road during a large storm event. So the town invested that amount. And then, funding opportunity was identified. As Eric said, we quickly pulled together a grant application. The town scored well so far. And as in that application, it was found to FEMA that the project is cost beneficial, meaning it's worthy of their federal dollars. So the benefits of the project are worth the cost. The conceptual solution was $2 million estimated cost. Just to give another photo of the flooding on the left, and that's the FEMA flood map on the right. So Mans Hill, similar to the last graphic, runs diagonally across this page, and that's the estimated amount of flow that floods Man Hill in that section. So the goal would be to eliminate the overtopping of those floodwaters over Mans Hill Road. So the Hazard Mitigation Grant Program, trying to move quickly, is to address known hazardous infrastructure before more damage occurs. It is administered through New Hampshire Homeland Security, as was mentioned, and it is a 75% federal share and 25% municipal share. As part of the application process, the town must commit to their share to FEMA to be considered for the grant. So the town needs to put up their portion. The next steps, the grant has not been awarded to the town at this point in time. The town is still applying for the grant. The New Hampshire Homeland Security Emergency Management then receives all these applications, ranks them appropriately, and recommends award to FEMA. FEMA approves the awards, And then ultimately, the real applicant is the state, the Homeland Security, New Hampshire Homeland Security. They gain approval to receive the grant funds by the New Hampshire Governor and Council. And then at that point, after all of that happens, the town would actually be able to move forward with design, permitting, and construction of the project, which through this entire process is estimated to be about a 2 or 3 year process. So that's where this project is at this point in time. Yeah, any questions?
About how long would it take to go from approval at town meeting to active work after, like, sorry, from the time the town approves this to when further planning starts? How long?
Yeah, the warrant article is in support of an application that's due to FEMA in April. Okay.
And then when are they planning to announce awards?
The awards, the timeframes do vary, but it could be a year before that's really secured. So there's quite a bit of waiting period for these federal grants.
Lilo Reinstein, Littleton. In designing it, I know you haven't gotten to that phase, but is it being considered to oversize it, given the increased peculiar weather that's happening around the country, but even up here with flooding, so that we're not looking at the same thing with flooding in 10 years?
Sure, yeah.
Is that, okay.
Yeah, the solution so far has been conceptual, but it is understood that there will be some new rainfall models that are used in the sizing of these types of crossings at the time when the design actually would occur.
Debbie Warner, Littleton. I really like a few words on this, on line 5, where it's at, and to authorize the issuance of not more than $500,000. That's very reassuring that if we don't get the grant, we're not in for the whole nut. So it's appreciated.
I guess this is more for Public Works at this point. What kind of mitigation efforts are we looking at in the meantime, knowing that this is going to be a yearly issue?
So what I can tell you is that being on our radar, we keep our eyes open. If you look, you'll see that there's actually a resident that cleaned up on the north, the north side of the bridge and helped us out. So I want to clarify one thing. Accepting this and granting the 500,000 match, that's needed in order to fulfill the application. That's really all it is. So if we want a chance at the money to complete this project, that's what has to happen so that we can say that we have our matching part of this grant. If we don't, then we're gonna have to figure something else out. And depending on what happens, that's what we'll do.
Bill Jandro, sorry. I'm in favor of this. Understand flooding quite a bit. But my concern is if we make this correction here, are we going to have a problem down at Bishop Street? Or will we cross Union Street before the waters dump into the Ammonoosuc River? So in other words, do we have the culvert there to handle the capacity that we're now going to release here? Because when you overflood, the water spreads out onto other properties, and then it subsides slowly, and it goes down. So if we now make this big opening here, are we going to be able to handle it down on Union Street?
Yep. The hydraulic study that we performed was for the entirety of Palmer Brook through upstream of Gary's Drive, through Mans Hill, and down to the Bishop Street culvert. So we analyzed all three crossings in their existing condition. The improvements to the Mans Hill Road culvert normalize themselves prior to getting to the Bishop Street culvert, so it will behave as it does today.
Thank you.
Ray Bowler, just a question, and you probably don't have an answer, but with the new administration in their, how do I want to say this? Their review of all federal funding, what would be Plan B if they change all the rules to grant funding for everything, and especially this project? Is there a Plan B?
I'll add a little bit of commentary to that, but we have been in discussions with FEMA representatives and New Hampshire Homeland Security representatives in the very recent past, and they're continuing as business as normal currently. I mean, so they're administering their grants as they have been for right now. As far as Plan B.
Thank you. That's a good question. We had to move quickly on this to get this started. Originally, when I came in as the interim, I knew we were in the hydraulic study. I knew that was coming, so I was looking further on down the road. What I can tell you is we have voting a little more than a month away. Between here and there, it would be game planning, addressing needs, have to see what passes further on down the line. This just isn't something I can give you an answer tonight, because there's a lot of other articles on here that matter as well. So I'm going to have to revert to after voting to answer that question.
Is there any other discussion on the article? All those in favor of placing it on as presented, please hold up your yes card. Thank you. All right. Article 7, Public Works borrowing for sewer, wastewater treatment plant, septage receiving improvements. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $500,000 for the Public Works Department to make septage receiving improvements at the wastewater treatment plant, and to authorize the issuance of not more than $500,000 of bonds or notes in accordance with the provisions of the Municipal Finance Act, RSA 33, and to authorize the selectmen to issue, negotiate, sell, and deliver such bonds or notes to determine the rate of interest thereon and the maturity and other terms thereof, and to authorize the selectmen to apply for, accept, and expend federal, state, or other aid in any which may be available for said project, if any, with the amount of such bonds or notes to be reduced by any grant, aid, or other funding received for the project, and to comply with all laws applicable to said project, and further to authorize the selectmen to take any other action or to pass any other vote relative thereto without impairing the general obligation nature of the bonds or notes. It is anticipated that debt service payments will come from sewer user fees. Estimated tax impact, none for 2025. Future bond payments will come from sewer user fees. Recommended by the Board of Selectmen 3-0 to 0. Recommended by the Budget Committee 6-0 to 0. Requires a 3/5 ballot vote. Eric, I think, is here if we have questions or anything like that.
Lilo Reinstein, Littleton. My question is, it's my understanding that this is for like RVs and septic tank pumping or companies to be able to use the treatment facility to dump their waste. Is that true?
That is correct.
Okay, so and then on top of that, okay, sewer user fees. So that means that all of us on this sewer are going to pay a piece of this so that they can dump.
All of it. A piece of it.
Well, they should be paying fees too.
They do.
Well, that's my point. So,
What-
but the rest of us who just have regular, like, I flush my toilet, it goes to the sewer and to your facility. So
Let-
that's kind of what I'm getting at.
Well, let me clarify something for you. So this was presented in March 25th of 2024 at the Board of Selectmen meeting. The prior Director of Public Works, Doug Damko, laid out a three-phase schedule of work that needs to be done down at the treatment plant. Currently, as in phase one was site improvements, expanded chemical treatment. The second one is secondary clarifiers, and the third phase is septic receiving. Septic receiving is important to bring in some revenue. It helps. I just want to be completely clear. Right now, we do not have septic receiving because the equipment is non-operational. It is not happening. At the treatment plant, we are currently going through a design study that's been submitted to the state. The state's recommendation was that we do a whole new facility upgrade. That's $30 million. They don't want to piece it out. The state was pushing to have a whole new facility put in place. As we move forward, one of the things that has been approved, we do have the money, is phase two, which is the secondary clarifiers rehabilitation. For people that don't know, we need the secondary clarifiers to get the waste through the plant into the Nemanjic River. If those fail, we're not making permit and we're trucking, we're paying fines.
But that has nothing to do with this article, correct?
Not, right now it doesn't. I'm trying to explain what the plan is.
Yeah.
So we have this coming up. The next most important thing after that is the headworks. Where our plant sits, as you come down the driveway, you could take a right and go into the pit for the highway garage, or you can go into the treatment plant. Right there is the equipment for the septic receiving. That's going to be the new location for the new upgraded headworks that we need in order just to treat waste, period. Septic receiving is going to go in that new building. With that being said, we're looking at secondary clarifiers being rehabbed this summer. The next project would be the headworks building / septic receiving. This is going to keep us, I'm not saying we're going to be able to accept septic right off, but it's going to keep us moving forward so that our plant will be able to process. Right now, we can't accept septic, even if we had new equipment, because we wouldn't make permit.
Okay, but when you say accept new septic, this is just from the RVs and the outsiders, not from people who
Yeah,
are
it could be
connected to
RVs,
the,
it could be houses with septic systems.
Right, but not the sewer system itself,
That's coming in right now.
processing,
Yeah,
will
and
still work.
it's flowing through our headworks, and
So, I just want to make sure that it's not like, I get a sewer bill every month, or not every month, every 6 months, right? And I'm paying a certain rate. I don't want my rate to go up astronomically so that RVs and the people who pump septic tanks can pay a better price with us than they can someplace
well,
else.
it's not so much that they pay a better price. It'd be a source of revenue as well. It would help keep your rate down.
That's kind of, I guess, where I want to
Yeah.
know, because with this, if the bonds are being paid for by the sewer user fees, I want to make sure that they're paying their fair share.
So this is real, I know what the article says, but in the bigger picture of the entire treatment plant, this is really necessary because it's part of it's going to be in the same building as the headworks. So it'll help move that project along, everything that we're doing at the treatment plant. It's not just about receiving septic. It really is not.
So, but do you have funding for those other pieces you mentioned, right? So why can't that be done and utilized, even if this is?
It is, but just like if I rented my room out in my house to somebody else, they would pay rent for that room. Septic receiving, the Headworks project shouldn't be part of the septic receiving project. They're in the same building. You see what I'm saying?
I'm not talking about the same building, I'm talking about the different projects. And we're paying for a project that I don't see it benefiting those of us. I know not everyone who's a voter is on necessarily on sewer, but for the current sewer users to bear the burden of those others, that's my concern. I don't want my rates to go up because you've improved the system so others can use it.
So I believe it's either 2019 or 2020 is when we stopped receiving septic. And the numbers then were right around $100,000 a year that we were taking in. So that helps keep your rates down. It's providing a service, but it's also bringing in
But
revenue.
will it take the rates down so it stays within the budget lines for sewer? So it's not like it just goes, that money's gonna go to the town and they can do what they want while, meanwhile, our rates are going up.
It would be under the sewer fund.
Okay. Thank you.
I just wanted to add what Eric just said. In the past, when we had septic receiving, excuse me, we averaged about $90,000 a year in revenue that goes into the sewer fund. And the estimated bond payments for a 7-year loan, $500,000 at 5.5%, is about $90,000 a year, 98, 95, 91, it goes down. So it pretty much will pay for itself.
John Piet, Littleton. The other thing is anyone that has a septic system in town has to pay more to have their system dealt with, pumped out and whatnot, because it has to be trucked all the way to Plymouth right now. So all of the Littleton voters are having to pay more because this isn't in place. And I think it will at least be a wash, if not a benefit, to all of the municipal users.
Is there any other discussion on the article?
Bruce Hadlock, Littleton resident. There's only 1,500 sewer users in the town of Littleton that get billed. So when you got 1,500 people and you've got to amortize that and pay it off, there's no way. This is going to raise it up substantially as far as that part. And if everybody in turn just goes ahead, you could buy a truck and haul the damn stuff cheaper than you can go and run it through that thing. I just don't believe in it from that part. I honestly think that you get 1,500 users, and at the present time, the average house, I'll bet you, is paying pretty close to $350 every 6 months for the sewer bill. 9% is added on to every single bill based on whatever you pay. And consequently, this would have to, the bond would have to be picked up and paid on top of that as well. So I don't believe in this as a good thing at this present time. I believe you should not go through with this particular project at the present time. Go ahead and start to work with your other alternatives out of the thing, and then tackle this thing. But you're going to add this on. The cost of your property taxes are gone out of this sight in this town. It's unbelievable. And you've got a problem. And if you continually go in here and do this stuff, you've got a major problem with it. This is not going to be the answer to anything pertaining to it on what you have. When you've got 1,500 people that are getting a bill, and they're getting a 9% on every single one that comes in, plus whatever you have for the bonds on it, it's not a good thing. You should just let it go. Let the guy that pumps your tank, let him be responsible, pay for him to, I got property that's got probably 5 septic systems on the thing on it. I don't mind paying. I'd rather pay it and do it than it would be to have it. Some of the ones that I have got these septic systems that you have, they're getting the sewer bills. Some of my sewer bills are $350 every 6 months now. This is not a good thing.
My name is Justin Slotnick. I'm a resident in Littleton. I just wanted to address that real quick to remind everybody that businesses in Littleton also pay to use the sewer, so it is not that money divided by 1,500 people that's going to make this work. And I think, Eric, maybe you just clarify again that there are going to be fees for people that use this, and that also, I think what you were getting at earlier was that this isn't just one thing that needs to be looked at on its own. It's part of a massive project for the sewer that needs a lot of work. And eventually the delays to this and the putting off money will mean that we'll spend more money in dealing with this in other ways, not just that this magically goes away as a problem. So, thanks.
I'd just like to comment on Justin's statement there. My fear is that if we don't move forward with this, what we lose in time, we're going to end up paying that in penalties and fines through the state.
All right, is there any other discussion on the article? All those in favor of putting it on as presented, please hold up your yes cards. Thank you. Article 8, Littleton Water and Light borrowing for water infrastructure improvements. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $1,200,000 for the purpose of all work needed to identify, engineer, purchase of materials, and replace water system services, improving compliance with the federal lead and copper rule revision LCRR, to authorize the issuance of not more than $1,200,000 of bonds or notes in accordance with the provisions of the Municipal Finance Act, RSA 33, and to authorize the selectmen to issue, negotiate, sell, and deliver such bonds or notes, and to determine the rate of interest thereon and the maturity and other terms thereof, and to authorize the selectmen to apply for, accept, and expend federal, state, or other aid, if any, which may be available for said project, and to comply with all laws applicable to said project, and further to authorize the selectmen to take any other action or to pass any other vote relative thereto without impairing the general obligation nature of the bonds or notes. It is anticipated that debt service payments will come from water and light user fees. It is anticipated that the town will receive up to $840,000 in principal forgiveness from the state revolving fund loan program. Estimated tax impact is none for 2025. Future bond payments will come from water and light user fees. Recommended by the Board of Selectmen 3-0-0. Recommended by the Budget Committee 6-0-0. Requires a 3/5 ballot vote. Is there any discussion on this article?
Okay, we're saying that the bond payments will come from water and light user fees. So the fees are going to go up. Do we have any general idea as to how much? Because that's a big dollar value for the bonds. And
Short, apparently. Thank you for your question. We anticipate no increase in user fees, period.
How do you pay off the bond with no increase in user fees?
Because we'll have $840,000 worth of forgiveness, and if we finance it over 5 years, the monthly debt service payments come out to roughly $5,000 a month, which we will assume in our operating budget. So as of right now, our budget for '25, which I'll go on to the next article, we're not anticipating any increases in electric or water rates, and I don't anticipate any water rate increases to address the repayment of the bond.
Thank you.
Yep, absolutely. LCRR, otherwise known as lead and copper, has become a real focus of the federal EPA, and then has such become a real focus of New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services. Some of you may have received a lovely letter from us this year talking about your water lines. I apologize for that. It was written by the DES, and we were required to send it. And there's also additional items that keep coming down almost daily related to lead and copper. So it really is a unique situation that I guess we're going to be addressing. So this program allows us to replace galvanized service lines and also any lead components, hooking up your galvanized service lines to our mains. It also gives us money to be able to improve the utility infrastructure related to what we call curb stops, which is just simply the connection of the water to the mains. And it also gives us an ability to do location. I can't see what's under the ground. I don't know anybody else who has that superpower. So you have to really do some detection and to understand what is there underground. And somebody asked a really good question the other day. They said, why are galvanized service lines a problem? And I didn't know the answer to that question, so I apologize, but I did my research. And Google, my best friend, says galvanized water lines are considered dangerous because over time, the zinc coating on the pipe can deteriorate, leading to corrosion and potential lead contamination in the drinking water. So, yes, absolutely. That was your question, wasn't it? So, very good question. So that's basically what we're looking to do. And if you have any other questions, I'd be happy to answer them for you. No? All right, thank you. Get me out of here.
All right, any other discussion? All those in favor of putting the article on as presented, please hold up your yes cards. Thank you.
Mr. Moderator, a question. Looking at the balance of the articles to be addressed, do you have any vision of what the rest of the evening is going to be composed of and how long it's going to last?
That's up to the legislative body, Mr. Kelly.
Well, if you have 18 articles left at 10 minutes apiece, that's 3 hours. And I guess my question then is if there's a sentiment that we should terminate tonight, let's say at 9 o'clock and reconvene tomorrow night, or do we think we're going to go to midnight?
It's 8:41 right now. I think we can, I mean, it's up to the legislative body if they want to put a cap on the night.
I was just posing the question at this point in time.
I would say we keep going for a while, but it's up to the legislative body.
Get your whip out, Jack.
All right. Where were we? Article 9, 2025 General Fund Operating Budget. Shall the town raise and appropriate as an operating budget for the general fund, not including appropriations by special warrant articles and other appropriations voted separately, the amount set forth on the budget posted with the warrant or as amended by the vote of the first session for the purposes set forth therein totaling $10,875,119. Should this article be defeated, the default budget shall be $10,841,985, which is the same as last year with certain adjustments required by previous action of the town or by law, or the governing body may hold one special meeting in accordance with RSA 40:13, 10, and 16 to take up the issue of a revised operating budget only. Estimated tax impact of $7.95.8 per thousand, recommended by the Board of Selectmen 3 to 0 to 0, recommended by the Budget Committee 6 to 1 to 0. And I don't know, Troy, would you like, we have someone that would like to speak, or? All right, we have Troy Brown, Town Manager.
Okay, can we advance the slide? There it is. Okay, as you just heard, our proposed operating budget, the gross appropriation for 25 is $10,875,119. That represents a $458,014 increase. Next slide. I'm not sure if you can see all these numbers from where you're sitting, but basically the gross appropriation that I just stated represents a 4.4% increase. Part of your operating budget includes calculating out what we estimate the revenues to be. Our revenues are estimated to increase $198,842. or 5.33%. This would leave a net amount to be raised of $259,172, which is 3.88%. The warrant articles calculate into the big picture here, and as we add the net tax effect for our operating budget and the warrant articles that we'll be talking about this evening, we actually see an overall decrease, adding all the warrant articles that have a tax impact in this proposed operating budget, a tax effort decrease of $279,563. That's a 14.5% decrease. And I apologize. That was our warrant articles. The next line down is when we combine our general fund and the warrant articles, and that's all in a decrease of $20,391, or 0.24%. So, in summary, what you're looking at is a proposed operating budget. All the warrant articles represents a $20,000 decrease. But as we take a look at the other functions of when we set our tax rate, we have an overlay that we need to raise and appropriate funds for. Though the overlay funds are used when we grant tax abatements for any errors and mistakes that we make in our tax calculation on properties. We have war service credits that we need to grant. They represent $127,200. And this year we're proposing that we used $700,000 last year from the general fund to reduce taxes. Our goal is to stop this practice, but in order to get there, we're taking a two-step process. So we're proposing this year to reduce the $700,000 to $350,000, and depending on how all the budgets are approved and how the revaluation process goes, if there's a way that we actually change that 350 to zero, I think that is something that the select board and myself are seriously going to try to accomplish, so that we no longer use our fund balance to reduce taxes. But as proposed this year, that would provide us with a bottom municipal tax effort of $8,615,935. That represents $383,000 increase, or 4.6%. When we set out to put this budget together, the select board and budget committee, department heads have been talking about setting a sort of guidelines, a threshold of what we wanted to accomplish. And everyone agreed that we felt we could accomplish putting together an operating budget that would continue to provide the services that we provide today, and we would keep that increase somewhere between 3 to 5%. Our first round at trying to do that, we actually came out to, I think it was pretty close to 9%. And we had to go back and do some adjustments to our revenue estimates and reduce some of the warrant articles and reduce some proposed action items in our operating budget, which I think resulted in just about $350,000 of cuts and resulted in an additional $200,000 in revenue. So that's how we were able to get the bottom line, again, an estimate right now of about a 4.6% increase in your municipal tax effort. Next slide. So that you can see here that your tax rate in 2024 was $9.44. What we just went through with the gross appropriations, less revenues, all the warrant articles, the overlay, use of fund balance to reduce taxes, we're projecting that the tax rate would be $9.88, which would represent a 44-cent increase in your tax rate. Again, one of the things that I want to point out is that this town is going to be doing a revaluation this year. So the last time we revalued all of our property in this town was in year 2020. These tax rates are projected on no increase in the valuation, so we basically use the valuation of last year. I think that's a fair thing to do. That's kind of comparing apples to apples the best that we can. But I'm pretty confident, and I think everyone knows, that our value in this town is going to increase throughout the community, residential, commercial, utilities. We're going to see an increase. And that will result in a recalculation of your tax rate. So I just wanted to point out that, you know, we're using existing property valuations. And the next slide is our attempt, knowing what the school has proposed. I don't think their budget's been acted on yet. It will be this week. We've level funded the county budget, but you can see the bottom line here. We're projecting that the tax rate would go from $24.94 to $26.71. That would be a $1.77 increase, about a 7% increase. Again, I think this is a very conservative estimate because it is based on those 2020 valuations. So I expect this to actually look a lot better come September this year. That's what I have. Have any questions?
I have well, a couple of questions. One is, we seem to have nothing for the ambulance in 2025.
That's a good question.
So we're not going to have an ambulance?
No, you will have an ambulance. What we did do this year is we decided that we would move the ambulance costs into the fire department. So all of that cost rolled into the fire department. We just find it to be more efficient as we prepare the budget and manage those costs.
I was curious about the decrease in welfare budget. In a year where we're expecting a significant increase in inflation, I see more people needing help than fewer people needing help.
Yeah, so if you're looking at the budget, the MS...
I was looking at that, but I'm also looking at your sheet that you guys had here.
Okay. So there's two things going on with the welfare budget. We did decrease the operating budget by, I don't know the number here, by about $30,000. I think the reduction was $35,000. We did that knowing that we're having a warrant article later this evening that you'll discuss, that we're going to transfer $50,000 of unexpended funds from 24 into the capital reserve fund to be used for welfare.
Okay, I didn't see
And
that.
so, no, you wouldn't know. So that's, we did that knowing that we're going to have $50,000 moved to be able to use towards welfare in 25. And then on the official budget form, MS 636, we just, all those special warrant articles that we just approved this evening, they got accounted for at a different line on them, and it makes it look like that we've drastically cut our welfare funding. But in fact, those nonprofit groups that we just, we'll find out in March if they're approved, but those are just appear in a different section of the budget.
And the other comment I want to make, I guess, and you show it in this sheet, you know, you're comparing 24 to 25 with the rates. But if we go back to 23, we had an astronomical increase. So that was painful. Now you're going, well, it's only 0.44, but that's a big deal when the 9.44 was painful for a lot of people. I just want to kind of like, you know, you have to put perspective into it. That's why I just want to make sure people are aware that that's a big increase in 2 years.
Bruce Hadlock in Littleton. I still have a problem with, it comes down to, I guess it's your management out of it. The other day, I went down to the town garage to meet this gentleman over here, and I found out he wasn't there. Suddenly, I find out they got a secretary in the town garage. So now you got a secretary in the town garage, you got a secretary in the fire department, you got a secretary in the police department, It's time that you start to get some different management skills in what you're doing. That's not a good thing to be doing, adding those things to people like that. We don't need that. The other thing is, the fire department in turn has had a brand new vehicle for the fire chief. Suddenly you get an assistant fire chief, and now you buy him another vehicle. This town has gone berserk on some of these things as far as that part. You need to stop some of the spending that you're talking about doing. Last year, you voted to buy a truck. Rather than buying a used truck, they bought a brand new truck. The fire chief over here in turn took the money, bought a new truck, then he bought an $8,000 plow and wasn't authorized to do that. So when you're getting people that are doing this kind of management of it, it's got to start at the top. When you guys are okaying the bills out of the thing on, as well as the management over here of the town manager. You've got to start to cut this stuff in the overtime out of it that you got in here too. This is just, you've gone berserk. The tax rate in this town on it has gone berserk. We've got people in turn that got $10,000 increases in their property taxes, $11,000, one got a $15,000 increase on some of the commercial ones. His house over here got a $700 increase. This has gone berserk on what you people are doing. And you didn't approve the whole blessing thing from the point of what you did. You did it wrong, and it's what's called E&O, errors and omissions. You people made that mistake on it. You need to be going back and putting a claim in and going back to the town, and you put an application in to get your taxes reduced out of the thing on it. And if you may have to go back to the general fund or getting it to through the courts to be able to do it too. But there's no sustaining on what you got. And the people that got it in December are going to have another tax bill coming in July. And never mind what you got on your reevaluation, which could make some different changes out. But I'm saying you've got to start to manage a little bit different of what the hell you're doing in here. Thank you.
Yeah, it's understood. I can understand your frustration. We did have a large tax increase this year. And, you know, in my just reviewing the records, a lot of those increases were articles that were approved on the school side, the town side, county government went up. So we had those increases. But we also have a valuation problem in this town that we're going to address this year. And I think you're going to see a correction. And I think you're going to see that our rates are going to come down because this town is very fortunate that we have large taxpayers in this town that own utilities, that own commercial property. We just got to get those values corrected, get them brought back up to 100% market value. We're currently down, I'm sure you've all been watching the newspapers, our baseline right now is just on the residential property market, and we're assessing property in this town equivalent to about 51% of the market value. So that rolls over into the taxation of our utilities, our commercial properties, and you know, some of those large industrial facilities. As far as my management concerns that you have, Mr. Hadlock, please feel free to stop by my office. You've come in a few times. We can talk about that. And you've shared those ideas with me, but I can tell you that when I see a need and I can accomplish something within an operating budget, then I typically, in my experience, that's what I've done. So whenever I see a department that's maybe lacking in a certain area, needs a little bit more support, or we need to rearrange the alignment of labor, then I'm always interested in listening to the department head, taking a look at the pros and cons, and trying to implement those things. Because I am all for making sure that we're delivering a service as efficient as we can, and that we stabilize our budget and prepare for the future. That's my management style.
I have another question and a comment. But the question is on this summary that you all had in the back, under the general fund revenues where it says taxes, Okay, so in 2023, we had 4.3 million. And it looks like in 2024, the budget had 300,000. And in 2025, we're proposing 267,000. I'm confused.
Yeah. Do you want to try to answer that one, Lori? She's looking at me like telling me, whispering, but I can't hear her.
It's the pilot, the Great River Hydro pilot. So in 2023, they had 4 million, revenue from the Great River Hydro pilot.
Ooh.
But they came off of the pilot and went onto the tax rolls.
Gotcha.
I'm trying. Okay, so they came off of the pilot in 2024. So when you see $300,000 under 2024, that's just from the other pilots that we have existing. But in 2023, we had the Great River Hydro pilot, so that's why you see that huge difference. But they're on the tax rolls now, so.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And I have one other comment. I think Troy got it right. I'm kind of talking to the room as a whole. He got it right. When the voters are approving warrant articles that cost more money, it's going to increase our tax rates. And we do it every year, and everyone's like, well, I like this one, I like that one. And that's why the taxes keep going up. So maybe we should all take a closer look at the articles and do a little bit better reviewing of what we really want to pay for. And tell our friends and neighbors who aren't here tonight to do the same thing.
Any other discussion? All those in favor of placing the article on as presented, please hold up your card. Thank you. All right. Article 10. The 2025 Sewer Fund Operating Budget. Shall the town raise and appropriate as an operating budget for the sewer department the amount set forth of the budget posted with a warrant or as amended by vote of the first session for the purpose set forth therein totaling $1,417,364. Said sum to come from the sewer fund and be offset by user fees. Of this amount, $960,514 will be used for direct expenses associated with running the sewer system, and $456,850 will be used to reimburse the general fund for indirect expenses included in the Article 9 operating budget, such as salaries. Should this article be defeated, the default budget shall be $1,413,364, which is the same as last year, with certain adjustments required by previous action of the town or by law, or the governing body may hold one special meeting in accordance with RSA 40:13, 10, and 16 to take up the issue of a revised operating budget only. Estimated tax impact none. Recommended by the Board of Selectmen 3-0. Recommended by the Budget Committee 6-0. Any discussion? All right. All those want to post it as presented? Super. Thank you. Article 11, the 2025 Water and Light Operating Budget. Shall the town raise and appropriate as an operating budget for Water and Light Department, not including appropriations by special warrant articles and other appropriations voted separately, the amount set forth on the budget posted with warrant or as amended by vote of the first session for the purposes set forth therein, totaling $11,893,102. Said sum to be offset by user fees. Should this article be defeated, the default budget shall be $11,885,512, which is the same as last year, with certain adjustments required by previous action of the town or by law, or the governing body may hold one special meeting in accordance with RSA 40:13, 10, and 16 to take up this issue of a revised operating budget only. Estimated tax impact none. Recommended by the Board of Selectmen 3-0. Recommended by the Budget Committee 7-0. Is there any discussion on this? You guys are getting antsy. All right, everybody put up their yes vote if they want to put it on as presented. Super. All right.
I would like to make a motion to restrict reconsideration on Articles 6 through 10, please.
We have a motion to restrict reconsideration and a second. Is there any discussion on restricting the reconsideration? All those in favor of restricting reconsideration, put up your yes cards, please. All right, the yeses have it. Reconsideration has been restricted on Articles 6 through 11.
In interest of getting through as many warrant articles as possible, I would expect that Article 12 is going to be fairly lengthy conversation. So could we move Article 12 out of order to wherever it would be, to be after 25?
So you're asking, essentially you're asking to, to discuss Articles 13 through 27, right? Excuse me, 25 out of order.
Yeah, to discuss those first, yes.
Okay, we have a motion to discuss Articles 13 through 25 out of order. Is there a second to that motion? All right, we have a second by Mr. Latula. Any discussion on that? On the...
I had only one that I wanted to stay for was 12. And I just think it's pretty smart, the way that this is all put together. And I think you've managed to, have the cat pay rent for the dog, I mean, it's a very clever arrangement, I think. And I was hoping we'd have a chance to discuss it.
Okay. Any other discussion on the motion to consider those articles out of order? Seeing no discussion, all those in favor of discussing those out of order, please hold up your yes cards. All right, you hold them up, please, just so I can count. Thank you. All right, and then the noes. That is actually really close. All right.
Can I rescind my motion then? And let's just go?
We could do that as well, if you'd like to rescind your motion. All right, the motion has been rescinded. On to Article 12. The town office building purchase, renovations, and multi-year lease agreement. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $700,000 for the purchase of 0.9 acres of property and buildings located at 50 Pleasant Street, Littleton, New Hampshire, tax map 79, lot 31, and tax map 78, lot 99. Said property to cost $625,000 with an additional $75,000 to be used for immediate minor renovations to the building, as well as preliminary design of longer-term renovations for the existing building and site. Let's see, building and site improvements for town office purposes. Said sum shall come from the unassigned fund balance. Furthermore, to authorize the Board of Selectmen to enter into a multi-year lease agreement with Northern New England Telephone Company, Consolidated Communications, for it to continue to occupy approximately 4,414 square feet of the existing building for $3,500 per month for a 5-year term with 2 5-year options to renew. If this article is approved, the Board of Selectmen plan to request funding at the 2026 town meeting or a special town meeting for the cost of final design services, site improvements, and renovation plans for the building and site. Estimated tax impact is none. Recommended by the Board of Selectmen 3-0 to 0, and recommended by Budget Committee 6-1 to 0. We have Troy to speak on that. Okay. Is there any discussion, any questions, any comments?
Next slide.
Please make your way to the microphone.
You want me to get my presentation?
You can certainly give your presentation first.
Okay. Let me just go through a presentation here that we have so you fully understand what we're talking about. As you all know, I'm fairly new. I was just hired to be your town manager in August. Part of the interview process, it was very clear to me that there were a lot of goals that the select board had, and one of them being to follow up on a warrant article that the voters approved last year. It was a non-binding warrant article, but it was a sense of the voters, the taxpayers, if you wanted to try to find a new home for your town office. Now that was to look at the Opera House, to buy something new, to build something new. It was just a sense of the community. And that was supported. So the basic feedback the select board received was, let's find a place for town hall. So shortly starting working here, it was just an opportunity that came up that was brought to my attention that property here in your town, located at 50 Pleasant Street, was just listed for sale in the market. It was a little different type of listing where the conditions of the sale would be that the current owner would require that they continue to be able to lease a portion of the building. So typically municipalities don't have the opportunity like businesses to have ownership of real estate and generate income, rental opportunity income. So this, we went and took a look at the building, and as you know, it's owned by the Northern New England Telephone Company. It's been here, looks like it was built in 1948, puts it about 77 years old. We've really liked what we saw, and we started negotiating with the telephone company. They were asking $650,000. We started negotiating and eventually ended up with an agreed price of $625,000. And the lease agreement, if all of this is approved, would be $3,500 a month or $42,000 a year. The plan would be that the first floor would be town office space and the basement would be the lease space. Next slide. Not sure how clear these slides are, but that is a street view of 50 Pleasant Street. The building itself, obviously a brick building, very low in maintenance, very well constructed, very sturdy. We would, the front here, what we liked about it is that with minor modifications, we believe we can build a handicap ramp to get into the building. And the benefit is that the street level parking for customers is pretty level there. So people can easily park along in front of the building, go in and do their business and leave. And we'll be able to do some other site modifications outside if we need to designate other types of handicap parking or customer parking. Next slide. The inside of the building, the way the building's designed and constructed is that it's really open. So there's very little restriction with weight-bearing and weight-bearing walls, support columns. There's a lot of flexibility in this building. And you can kind of see that in this picture. The next slide. Again, in here and here. So these walls that you see, those are not weight-bearing walls. So pretty simple demolition, internal demolition to expose this space and design it the way we would want the office to flow. Some of the benefits that of this building, again, I've already mentioned that it has that rental income opportunity. The telephone company, as you saw in the Warrant article, they're committed to 5 years. They wanted the ability to renew for another 5 years, another 5 years. So they've told us pretty much that they needed a minimum 5. Most likely they're going to be in there about 10, but they also want the ability to be able to stay there, for another 5. So I think there's a good opportunity that the building, the basement area will be utilized by the telephone company for at least 8 to 12 years on my conversations with them. And if, it's to our benefit if they stay there for the full 15 years and even longer, as the space in the basement isn't really needed at this time. I talked about the easy accessibility to the building. It's accessible from Main Street. I think it's really important that your town office remain pretty close to Main Street. We all know where the movie theater is. This is just, a few steps from Main Street. So, I can really envision residents coming into town, going out for breakfast, going to the town office to pay their taxes, park their car once, do everything on foot. It's that accessible. And that's, that I think is a real benefit to the community. The building is extremely well built, and I've had a lot of residents tell me that, they know how well it's been maintained, how well it's been constructed, and you can physically see it as you tour this building inside and out, how well it's been maintained. It's a utility company. Telephone companies have money. They maintain their assets, and whoever ends up purchasing this property is going to benefit from that well construction. There were no corners cut. It's a solid building, and they maintained it. The office space meets our current and future needs. One of the big benefits of this building is that as we look down the road, we really want to establish a town office in this town. And it's obviously going to meet our current needs for our staff, establishing some meeting rooms so that we can have larger meetings, like the select board meetings, the budget committee meetings. There could be other smaller rooms for conservation and recreation, other town groups and committees. And has the ability, as we grow 25 years down the road, 50 years down the road, you have the ability to expand. And one day, eventually, because you and probably everyone here, we're not going to be here, but one day, there could be a discussion whether or not we're going to be moving a portion of some department into the basement, or if we're going to be utilizing that space, renting it to the Chamber of Commerce, some nonprofit group, one of the groups that we possibly provided funding to this evening that provides services to this town. There is a great opportunity to utilize that basement area. Parking is always a benefit. And this building, one of the first things I realized is that parking's not going to be an issue. It comes with its own parking, about 12, 15 spaces, we believe, maybe more, depending on how we modify the site. But it's adjacent to 2 public parking lots. So those are parking lots that you own, maintain, and so when we have these night meetings, you'll be able to park there, be well lit, it'll be safe to walk to the building. There's a generator on site, which is another huge benefit. So we currently don't, you want to have backup power generation. In today's times, it's very important. So as we have extreme weather conditions and environmental issues, having that backup generation is very important. And as all these reasons that I've stated, I just think that this building is going to be a really great place to call home. So what is it going to cost? The warrant, next slide. The warrant article is asking for $700,000 to be appropriated from our fund balance. $625,000 of this would be for the actual purchase, and this would leave us $75,000 to do start doing some preliminary design work, maybe even doing some temporary modifications, with the goal being that we come back next year at this time with knowing what the scope of the renovation project would be and what the cost would be for financing those improvements. I did reach out to a local contractor that was recommended to me, and they toured the building. They just over the weekend, gave me an estimate of just the interior renovation of the first floor to be around $1.2 million. So that was their, kind of conservative estimate. That didn't include exterior windows and doors, any exterior work on the site itself, and some of those fit-up costs, and the handicap ramp. So I still think this article's, people have asked what we think the cost will be. I think you're looking at somewhere between 1.3, 1.5, definitely no more than $2 million. But I don't want the purpose of this article this year is to secure the building. See if you want to purchase it, secure it, do some preliminary work, come back here next year with a full design and full cost to talk about how we're going to finance those renovations. Next slide. Just taking a look at what this would cost. So just taking a comparison of our current lease agreement versus potential ownership of this property. So currently, right now, at 125 Main Street, we pay $44,219 a year for rent. That is increases every single year. We also are required to, they pay the property taxes for the space that we use, but in the lease agreement, we reimburse them or give them a rebate for that. So on top of the rent of $44,000, we give a property tax rebate of $11,219. And so that's a total cost of $55,242. Putting together an estimate here of $2 million to finance the renovation work. We just reached out to the Municipal Bond Bank, got a quote for 25 years at an interest rate of 3.92%, and your payment would be $169,200 a year. That payment, actually, that's your high payment, and the way the bond would be structured is every single year that 169 decreases until it's paid off. So if you subtracted out the rental income, that would be offset for the bond cost of the rental income of $42,000 a year, you're looking at about $127,000 a year to finance this town office. And again, I'm using that very, very high estimate of $2 million. You know, if we're able to do this project for 1.3, then that number comes down. But for an extra $71,000 worst case scenario, that's what you'd be looking at. And again, that bond payment would decrease every single year. I would have next year talking about this based on this year's valuation, about an 8 cents per thousand tax impact. And that would be equivalent to a $300,000 house today, about $24 extra on your tax bill. Then next slide. Obviously, anytime municipalities decide to purchase property, you always need to be concerned about that we're taking taxable property off the tax rolls. So we're going to lose revenue. And that's not something municipalities want to do unless it's absolutely necessary. So I wanted to do a quick comparison of what the tax impact or loss of tax revenue would be. And as you see in the 24 tax bill we talked about, at 125 Main Street, the building we're in right now, we pay $11,219 for taxes. In the 50 Pleasant Street property that we're looking to purchase, they pay $16,358. But we also give a rebate back. So really, it's a wash. Our actual taxes paid right now with these two buildings is $16,358. If we purchased the building, 125 Main Street would go back on the tax rolls at $11,002. We know that we would be leasing the basement area to the telephone company. This is a very conservative estimate, but we calculated $3,890 is what the taxes they'd pay. Even though they're leasing from the town, they're still required to pay property taxes. Based on the equipment I saw in the basement and the condition of this building, I actually think that tax bill will be higher than $3,800. But based, looking at these numbers, you're looking at possibly worst case scenario of losing $1,200 of property tax revenue a year. And again, that's a very conservative estimate. I think it will be a wash or a gain. Looking at, next slide, you got option 1. So you've got a couple options here. I mean, again, this was an opportunity that came up There's a lot of interest in this building. I've heard that there is interest for residential conversion. I've heard that there was interest in other types of uses, religious uses. So if we don't purchase this building, we will need to look at what we want to do. Option one would be that we continue to rent the space that we're in. We have 4,900 square feet. It doesn't really satisfy our space needs today, and definitely it's not going to in the very near future. We, as I stated, we're paying about $55,000 a year in rent, and that's going to go up every single year. We're not accruing any equity. So we're paying out $55,000 a year for I don't know how many more years, and we're actually not gaining any equity whatsoever. We have no public meeting space in the town office currently, and part of our lease agreement with the bank is that we are restricted to utilizing any other financial institutions. So as we talk about bonds this evening, and you're going to talk about lease purchasing, dump trucks, and other equipment, all of that banking needs to go directly through the bank. And as I stated, the rent will increase. So next slide. Option two, the Opera House. Taking a look at the Opera House, looking at some of the information that's on file, we would really be looking at the undeveloped space on the Cottage Street floor level. That currently right now it's undeveloped. It's, you can see the old stone foundation, some studs, everything's been removed, and it is just there, and there's going to be a lot of work to restore it in a condition that could be an office space. That 6,800 square feet that's available definitely would not provide you with the square footage that you need for the town office and to have the meeting space. So you would probably end up using the cottage floor level, but you'd use other parts of the building as well. So you'd be having staff probably spread throughout the building, with the primary main floor being Cottage Street. Cottage Street, by the way, is a difficult place to access. That sidewalk, that street's very busy. The sidewalk's not level, so for handicap accessibility, it would be a little tricky trying to get good, safe access. The building itself, because it's received federal funding, has restrictions, historical restrictions. So any type of remodeling, the types of windows, the type of molding, floor, there's a lot of restrictions on the building. We would need to work around those restrictions. Sometimes those limit the ability of what you really want to do. And obviously it can cause the cost to be a little greater than modern construction today. We know that, at least I know, that it has parking issues. It'd be very difficult for employees to park and customers to park and safely cross the busy streets. Security issues, having multi-use functions going on. The Opera House is still going to be there. It's going to be utilized by other types of groups, so they could be having functions going on. We talked about probably the need to have the municipal offices spread throughout the building, and so you're going to have, it's going to be a challenge to really be able to have the public come into the building and control their access in a safe, responsible, modern office. Those same reasons, those multi-use functions at different levels, concerns that they're going to cause problems for communications with our town staff and with the customers. There's nothing more frustrating for a customer to come in, ask a question, and someone says, well, you're going to need to go talk to the town manager on the third floor. And then I say, oh, I'm so sorry, they should not have sent you here. You need to go back down to the basement. I mean, that's the kind of stuff that happens when you start operating multi floors. And the option three, new construction. You would need to find land, purchase it, and develop it. New construction itself without any land acquisition, no site development, is about $300 to $350 a square foot. So the square footage that we're looking to acquire, about 9,000 square feet, that's equivalent to $2.7 to $3.1 million to build new. And again, that's not site development and that's not land purchase. I've heard people talk about, well, we could build a new town office at the police, fire, and DPW complex. That would have to be evaluated, but my initial take on that is that all three of those facilities, I'm hearing that there could be needs for future expansions, that there could be needs for different buildings. So we'd have to be very careful about putting another building on that site, which might prevent the need for future expansion of either police, fire, or DPW. Really looking at that site, the best pad would be the private business, the eye doctor store that's there. And, so you'd purchase that, but I don't know what that cost would be. And I don't know if you could retrofit that building to be your future town office. So I have a feeling it just wouldn't be a building that you would pay a lot of money for just to tear it down for the land. So next slide. So the next steps would be, if this article is approved, that we will finalize the lease agreement, we'll finalize the sale agreement, we will begin an RFP process where we will engage contractors that specialize in design build. I don't see this, again, this is a renovation project. There are a lot of construction companies that have in-house design services. It saves you a ton of money. We wouldn't have to go out and engage with engineers, engage with architects. We would work with one company. We would come back here next year with a plan, a guaranteed price that we would negotiate with a contractor. If the article fails, then, we talked about those options. We would attempt, maybe the first thing I would do is attempt to renegotiate the lease with the bank. I'm not sure why they would even entertain that. They have a very good lease right now. I would continue to monitor other properties that come up for sale in the town. And probably next year I would have a warrant article to raise and appropriate money to engage architect and engineers to really study the Opera House and the municipal complex where the police, fire, and DPW exist today. That's what I have.
Yes, as I said, I think this is pretty
Can you state
clever
your name, please,
arrangement. Debbie Warner from Littleton. Pretty clever arrangement. You had me up until you had phase 2 for $2 million. I have a lot of trouble with that. I think in this room, maybe, at least you're probably related to about a dozen different people. I myself would bid it at 1/10 of that to do the partitions and such, to put your office space and put up the windows. I think it's way overpriced by a factor of 10.
Yeah.
If you were to come down to just make and do in a good way, as we do in the North Country, make it warm, make it sound, make the walls soundproof enough to have good business, I think you could probably do it well for $200,000 tops, maybe a teeny bit more for that partition phase. I think getting an architect in and redoing everything like that, we know how to do things here. I don't know what your expectations were when you came to town, but we're a little more small town than that.
Yeah, and again, I think what I'm trying to deliver a message this evening is that I don't think that you can buy this property for $625,000 and do about $200,000 worth of improvements to make it into a town office. I don't think that it's going to cost us $2 million, and I'm really hopeful that we can keep it somewhere in that 1.2 million. Maybe it's less, but you have to understand, you've got. I understand that you've got In today's modern construction, you're going to have to be touching electricity, the HVAC system, you're going to have a sprinkler system, you're going to have security, you're going to, there's a lot of building codes, the bathrooms are all going to have to be changed out, they're handicapped accessible, and costs escalate pretty quickly today in the construction world. So I just didn't want, and I really debated about even throwing a number out there, because I know what happens. You throw a number out there and it becomes the number. And it's very dangerous for someone like me, a town manager, to do that. But I wanted to make sure I did my best to disclose what I thought worst case would be. But I'm with you. And I've talked to the town hall staff. They're like, we'll make this work. Like you just said, we can do this over time and live in some cubicles, and we'll try to get grants for windows, and and all that's it's all on the table. But we got to engage. We got to purchase the building first, and then we have to engage builders to kind of come up with the plan.
I'm glad that the $2 million is not in the article.
Yeah. And that's intentional. That was the tough decision here, is to ask permission to purchase this building, to secure it, and then to come back and ask for the money to renovate it. But I felt that was the correct way to approach it, because we didn't have time, and you would have had to make up a number.
Okay, I have a question. Is anyone?
Can you state your name, please?
Oh, sorry. Lilo Reinstein, Littleton, for those of you that might have forgotten. Has anyone done like a return on investment when we can possibly break even, assuming that we had stayed in the bank building, so we'd be paying that $44,000 plus every year. We'd be getting whatever the other folks are paying, and plus what we've so we have savings and we have a lease cost. When we would kind of break even with that.
We haven't done it. We don't. And in order to do that, you really need to know what the true renovation costs are going to be.
Well, you can do an estimate and then update for the true renovations. I was just curious because, we do have some savings because if we stay in that building, it's just going to go up and up and up and up. And it's my understanding that's why we started considering elsewhere, because they doubled the lease, the price or something, the rates or something, and that was when it went berserk. I do have a problem with not looking at the entire Opera House. I don't know why the town can't kick out all of the other users and say, this is going to be the town hall. But that decision, I guess, was kind of made that we just take up extra space there and not the finished space, but unfinished space, and work on that. But I thought that would have been a good solution. But with this one, which sounds good, I still would like to see a return on investment of, like I said, the lease that we're paying, the lease that we'd be getting, and then whatever we have to the investment cost, which is just a one-time cost.
The lines cross at 20 years.
Excuse me?
The lines cross at 20 years.
Well, it depends on what you're looking for.
When we ran the numbers, 20 years is still working then. Two questions.
Can you state your name, please?
Oh, sorry. Steve Kelly. Hi, Chad. How are you?
I'm good. How are you, Steve?
What's our current lease arrangement with the bank as far as us getting out of that?
So currently, right now, the lease agreement, it expires December 2028. And as far as the termination, it has a non-appropriation clause. So if funds are not appropriated, then the lease would terminate.
Okay, so.
But I think would be, by the time, I was looking at that, and by the time we come back here next year, if first of all, the voters approve this,
Yeah.
we come back next year, get funding, get things going, and we're going to get pretty close to
But
the
there
end
may
of
be
2027.
There may be a year.
It may be a year.
A year, okay.
Yeah.
And the second question, something near and dear to Roger's heart, public restrooms.
Yeah.
Seriously, have we considered in this renovation project we've been talking about it forever. Roger had a great idea years ago about something in the parking lot where Strain used to be or whatever, which I guess didn't work out, but that is something that we do need to address as a community. And there's probably, even though it's not gonna be cheap, there'll be no cheaper alternative than probably doing it as part of this project, so.
Yeah.
For what it's worth.
It's been mentioned to me that this could have that opportunity. Someone the other day came up with an idea, and it's kind of clever, and I don't know if we could do it, but they were talking about the tour buses that come in town and trying to find a place where they can, because they're so big, to pull in, and so they can just kind of park and then turn around and come out. And they were pointing out this property that the way it's designed is that maybe you could actually pull a couple buses into the property. We connect the Mascoma parking lot, so the bus could actually just do a U-turn and drive back out. There's things like that could happen, because it's so close to Main Street, it has that opportunity.
This is a time to think outside the box, so
Yeah.
that's good. Thank you.
Bruce Hadlock, Littleton. Couple things on it. It says no impact on the taxes. There's $14,500 that are paid on that building at the present time, and you're taking it off. You didn't count for that. You did not. It says it right in there. It says that there's no impact, right on your article. Okay, that's number one. How about the roof? Has anybody discussed the roof? The building in turn was last renovated by Dan Bovier approximately 35 years ago. How about the roof? Is it new? When was the last time it was done?
I don't know the exact year, but we did get up and physically inspect the roof.
That's what I was.
And it was everything about this building is amazing. How the telephone company maintains the building. It's unbelievable.
They maintain all that stuff out there very well. The building is a well-constructed building. I don't question that. Yeah. The only thing is, you're looking at an elementary school up here for something like $35 or $36 million. We still have got the old building up here that we would have ownership to. You leave the kindergarten there, you move the other buildings off the premises and put them up to the Remick Park out of the thing on it. You'll eliminate the cost of the lease that you have with LaHoots on the property, and you renovate that building out of it too. So I'm just saying those are another option that's there because you've got a problem with the school system pertaining to it. So, but the building is a good building. It's well constructed pertaining to what it is. But how many parking spaces are there?
There's about 12 to 15. Some of the spaces in the back of the building would have to be dedicated to the telephone company.
That's right.
About 4 spaces back there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
John Piet, Littleton. As I said, I was in the budget committee, so I've heard a bunch of these things, and I was not for this originally, primarily because of the low amount of rent that we really do pay at the bank today, for starters, and then so that the payoff period was going to be, like Steve said, like 20 years before we break even there. And 2, this town is terrible about maintaining its buildings. So yes, it was built in 1944, 48, and it's still in great condition. It's older than Lakeway, and Lakeway is falling apart. So that shows you what the town maintains versus what can be maintained. The school maintained, okay, sorry. The Littleton communities, then we'll use a library that had a leaky roof a couple years ago and steps falling apart now. So all that being said, I pushed back on the town manager and asked, how are you going to maintain this? And we kind of came up with a plan that $42,000 of rent should probably go into a capital reserve fund, but it couldn't get put on the ballot this late in the game. Create a capital reserve fund for maintaining the buildings, so we have that, and then that money, the $42,000, could be put into that to somewhat earmark for building maintenance to address that issue. Second, it's, if we don't want to do the $2 million later, then we sell the building. The building is worth the $600,000 or $700,000. So if it fails, then we decide, let's just sell the building. And we didn't really cost anything, but it gave the town an option that we can go investigate something with some hard facts. Again, looking at the school side, it's one community here, right? We've done research after research after research about Lakeway. And then, oh, well, this land option falls through, this one times out, this happens. So this option gives us, this is our building. Now, what do we want to do with it? So then we can go get some studies done on, figure out what the best use of this building is, and then turn around and say, yes, let's do that, or nope, let's not do that, and we sell the building. But this way, we have something that we can develop on as a platform to move forward. So all of those things put together, I think is, why I shifted from against it to supporting it. I do have a couple of questions I don't remember asking before is, how much is it to heat and maintain the building? Because that 16,000 square foot building is going to take some to heat.
Yeah, so, because the way the building is right now is interesting. They're not heating it, they're heating it with just electric, because the amount of heat that's generated from their equipment in the basement, they've what do you call it, I guess, essentially winterized the building, and they have electric space heaters upstairs.
Okay.
So the number was, I don't know what their electric demand is in the basement, but their electric bill was like $130,000 for the year, which blew me away.
Who paid that?
Yeah. No, that's
who's
that's
gonna pay
there.
that?
That's on their meter. I mean, it's got to
on
be
the
their operational
phone
basement.
company's meter. Okay. Well, then the problem there is we don't know how much it's going, if we lose the phone company as a tenant and lose all of that we're not going to heat it for $130,000.
We don't have any buildings that we pay that.
Right, so. Yeah. So we'll vent it through, but, all right, so that's still an unknown, but again, if we don't like it, we can sell it.
Yeah.
Like the town having real estate property is not a bad thing, as long as we can maintain it.
And just so you know, I mean, I think you probably understand this. The lease agreement with them is that they're going to have their own electric meter, their own it's going to be a triple net. They're going to be responsible for their costs.
That's right, but if we're looking, it's a 20-year break-even point, and our leasing is only going to go 5 to maybe 10 years, then how much does it cost to heat the building and for us to maintain it when we lose that essentially heat source out of the basement?
Yeah, right.
Should be looked at. And to your credit, you did spell out the difference of we're going to lose taxes here, but we're going to gain taxes here. The Warrant article saying no tax impact, if we use that $600,000 to buy down the tax rate, it would have had, there is a cost there that does have a tax impact. I understand how the RSA says you write the articles, and so you're not being, shady, but just so everyone understands that if we don't do this, the town will have that money that we could pay down the tax rate. However, it's a good how often does a building like this come up that a town could purchase? And so how much is it really costing us if we can buy it? And then if we don't want to do anything with it, we sell it. Thank you.
John Goodrich, Littleton, Budget Committee. I looked real hard. The Opera House, I grew up in this town, and the first place I ever voted was in the Opera House. And I remember going into the town clerk in the Opera House. But I have to say that given accessibility demands and laws now, and the space that's all chopped up there, and all kinds of things, the access on the street isn't great for people. I can't really go in that direction. And I do not think we can do a better deal for a long-term investment, which this is, 40 or 50 years, let's say, than grabbing this building while it's available and going for it. And so with that, I heartily support the direction you're taking, as a select board and the town manager leading the charge. And I move the question.
All right. Oh. All right, we do have one more person that was in line before that, so we'll have them speak, and then we'll...
So my name is Casey Hadlock. I just hope that I know you've had contractors go through, you guys have done walkthroughs. I'm in hopes that you're gonna do a real estate property inspection, hire somebody to look at the building for asbestos, lead, everything else due to the age of buildings. If you're gonna be doing renovations, it can be very costly if you don't have those things done ahead of time.
Yeah.
So I would hope that you would do your due diligence and not just use your eyes and local contractors, but have it done
No,
professionally.
we absolutely are going to do a professional assessment of the building, environmental assessment of the building.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we do have that moved to question. All those in favor of putting the article on the warrant as presented, please hold up your yes cards. Thank you. All right. What did I do with my pen? Oh, wait, it's right there. All right, we are on the downhill slope. I believe we have around 13 articles left. And I know it is 9:50, so we will move on to Article 13, Police and Vehicle Equipment Capital Reserve Fund. I'll read these as fast as I can. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate from taxation the sum of $50,000 to be added to the Police Vehicles and Equipment Capital Reserve Fund previously established in 2020 under Article 33 under the provisions of RSA 35:1, estimated tax impact of 5.7 cents per thousand, recommended by the Board of Selectmen 3-0 to 0, recommended by the Budget Committee 7-0 to 0. Is there any discussion? All those in favor of putting it on the warrant as presented? Thank you. All right, I will remind the governing body, if they would like, they can always, I've been getting a lot of nods and stares like, hurry up, let's get going. The governing body can make a motion to place articles on the ballot as presented if they would like, or we can continue to go one at a time. Well, hearing nothing, we will go to Article 14. Article 14, Fire and Establish Hazmat Revolving Fund. To see if the town will vote to establish a revolving fund pursuant to RSA 31:95-H for the purpose of fire department hazardous materials management and response. Invoice payments received for providing services related to hazardous materials will be deposited into the fund, and the money in the fund shall be allowed to accumulate from year to year and shall not be considered part of the town's general fund balance. And further, to raise and appropriate the sum of $5,000 to be added to the fire department hazmat revolving fund to come from unassigned fund balance with no amount to be raised by taxation. The town treasurer shall have custody of all monies in the fund and shall pay out the same only upon order of the Board of Selectmen, and no further approval is required by the legislative body to expend. Such funds may be expended only for any purpose related to the providing these services, including but not limited to buying equipment and hiring or paying personnel. Estimated tax impact none, recommended by the Board of Selectmen 2-1 to 0, recommended by the Budget Committee 7-0 to 0. Any discussion? All those in favor of putting it on the warrant, please hold up your yes card. Thank you. Article 15, Fire, establish events, programs, and details revolving fund. To see if the town will vote to establish a revolving fund pursuant to RSA 31:95-H for the purpose of fire department events, programs, and details. Invoice payments received from providing services for events, programs, and the details will be deposited into the fund, and the money in the fund shall be allowed to accumulate from year to year and shall not be considered part of the town's general fund balance. And further, to raise and appropriate the sum of $5,000 to be added to the fire department events, programs, and details revolving fund to come from unassigned fund balance with no amounts to be raised from by taxation. The town treasurer shall have custody of all monies in the fund and shall pay out the same only upon order from the Board of Selectmen, and no further approval is required by the legislative body to expend. Such funds may be expended only for any purpose related to providing these services, including but not limited to buying equipment and hiring or paying personnel. Estimated tax impact is none, recommended by the Board of Selectmen 3-0 to 0, recommended by the Budget Committee 7-0 to 0. Is there any discussion? No?
I have a question. What kind of events does the fire department do that are events, programs, and that kind of thing? I thought you like fought fires and sent out ambulances and pick people off of floors.
We do all that, but we also teach CPR
And so
Okay.
right now, whenever we teach CPR, we have to buy a CPR card for that person out of our operating budget. And demand for that has increased, such as one
Would this
example
also
of a
cover the
program.
cost of the man-hours of the person teaching the CPR?
That's that last person, including hiring or paying personnel. So it
Okay.
all sits right in there.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other discussion? All those in favor of putting it on the warrant, hold up the yes card. Thank you. All right.
I have a motion to consolidate a few.
When you say consolidate, do you mean place them on the ballot as presented? All right, what numbers are you thinking of?
We just did 15.
Yeah.
17, 18, 20, 21, and 23, if we could consider them together.
All right, so the motion on the floor is, I've got it written down, so the motion on the floor is to place Articles 17, 18, 20, 21, and 23 on the warrant as presented. Is there a second for that? We have a second here. Your name again? Lauren Rodier, thank you. All right, is there any discussion on that? All those in favor of placing Articles 17, 18, 20, 21, and 23 on the warrant as presented, please hold up your yes card. All right, those articles have all been put on the warrant as presented, or will be. Apologize, I'm going to just mark my copy. All right, so we will go back. Our next article for discussion is Article 16. Public Works Sweeper Vacuum Truck 8-year lease purchase agreement with escape clause. To see if the town will vote to authorize the Board of Selectmen to enter into an 8-year lease purchase agreement in the amount of $375,000 to lease purchase a Highway Department vacuum truck to replace the town's 2003 Sterling Elgin Whirlwind Sweeper Vacuum Truck and to raise and appropriate from taxation $46,875 for the first year's payment. This lease purchase agreement contains an escape clause. Estimated tax impact of 5.4 cents per thousand, recommended by the Board of Selectmen 2 to 0, recommended by the Budget Committee 7 to 0. And I don't know if anybody from the Public Works would like to speak on this, or we'll just open it up for discussion, or any discussion then? All right, all those in favor of putting it on the warrant? Thank you. All right, we've approved 17 and 18, so we're on to Article 19. Public Works Stump Plow Truck 3-year lease purchase agreement with escape clause. To see if the town will vote to authorize the Board of Selectmen to enter into a 3-year lease purchase agreement in the amount of $126,976 to lease purchase a Highway Department dump plow truck and equipment to replace the town's 2016 Ford F-550 and to raise and appropriate from taxation $42,326 for the first year's payment. This lease purchase agreement contains an escape clause. Estimated tax impact of 4.9 cents per thousand, recommended by the Board of Selectmen 3 to 0, recommended by the Budget Committee 6 to 1 to 0. Any discussion? All those in favor of putting it on the warrant, please hold up your yes card. Thank you. All right, 20 and 21 have been approved. 22. Article 22, Welfare, Transfer to Local Assistance Expendable Trust Fund. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $50,000 to be placed in the Local Assistance Expendable Trust Fund previously established in 2012 under Article 14. These funds are a portion of the unexpended balance of the 2024 appropriation for welfare expense and will come from an unassigned fund balance with no amount to be raised by taxation. Estimated tax impact is none, recommended by the Board of Selectmen 3 to 0, recommended by the Budget Committee 6 to 0. Is there any discussion? All those in favor of putting it on the warrant, please hold up your yes card. Thank you. All right, we're past Article 23. Article 24. Parks and Recreation Revolving Fund. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate from taxation $569,691 to be placed in the Parks and Recreation Revolving Fund. This amount is in addition to 2025 user fees which will automatically be placed in the fund. Estimated tax impact is 65.3 cents per thousand, recommended by the Board of Selectmen 3-0 to 0, recommended by the Budget Committee 6-0 to 1. Is there any discussion on this article? All those in favor of putting it on the warrant, please hold up your yes cards, please. Thank you for that. Article 25, Parks and Recreation Dog Park Special Revenue Fund. To see if the town will vote to appropriate $5,675 for dog park expenses, with said funds to come from the Dog Park Special Revenue Fund previously established in 2019 under Article 9 per RSA 31:95-C. Estimated tax impact is none. Recommended by Board of Selectmen 3-0 to 0. Recommended by the Budget Committee 6-0 to 0. Is there any discussion on this article? Oh, we do have discussion. Can you just go up to the microphone, Debbie? State your name.
Sorry, Debbie Warner, Littleton. I don't quite understand if we just took off the dollar because we don't have a dog park, why we have the dog park money.
So the dog park special revenue fund actually has a balance from the dollar that has been collected for a few years. So this gives them permission to spend $5,675. If there was a piece of land for a dog park that they wanted to buy, they could spend it. Without your permission to spend it, they can't spend the money at all. So we ask every year for that. Thank you.
All right, is there any other discussion on the article? Seeing none, I'll ask everybody to put up their yes cards to put it on the warrant article as presented. You have, and thank you. All right, I have checked with town council, and we have gone through all the articles. This concludes our session of the 2025 first session, deliberative session. Oh, and I guess the town council is asking if we'd like to restrict reconsideration on all the articles that we just put on. I have a motion. I have a second. All those in favor, please hold up your yes cards, please. The motion passes. Thank you. That now concludes our session.
Well, that weren't too bad. Good, you? This kid must be getting old for you. Yeah, you know, something happened.